The order, let's rise and salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hope.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Sinks.
Here.
Councilmember Wong.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vaidyanathan. Present. And Mayor Chang.
Here. All right.
Just really out of curiosity, Mr. Mayor, do you know why the TV channel, government channel, is not on live and that is showing something else other than the City Council meeting?
I don't know. David, can you find out what's going on?
Do you know why they did not do this live? It was an excellent program, but that's not what we're doing.
Yes, it was an excellent program. I have to agree. I see something very familiar.
I know, they're downstairs listening to us, so here we go.
Here we go.
All right. All right. Good. All right. I have the two oral communication. Kathy Hagelson? Kathy, are you here?
I'm right here. First of all, I'd like to object to this sign. Barry Chang, I hear that this is your idea. This is an insult to the community. Need to
sign?
take it down. Okay, that's the first thing. Please take it down. It's not right. Okay. I'm very concerned about the article I read in the Cupertino Courier about an issue that could be discussed April 5th, April 19th, and May 3rd at the council meetings. The article mentioned at the March 15th meeting, members of the council discussed making changes to the current oral communication as an effect to save time during meetings. The policy for oral communication states that speakers can address the council for 3 minutes and there's no limit to the number of speakers. The article goes on to say that the council members proposed several ideas, including limiting the time each speaker has to 2 minutes or less, or using the lottery system to choose anywhere from 5 to 10 speakers to address the council at the beginning of the meeting, then saving the rest of the speakers for after regular agenda items have been addressed. It seems that in the past, the council has tried to shorten meetings, and this was not accepted well with the public. I really do not know why this is being brought around again. The public does not want to change the way oral communication is set up, and we need to be heard. If there's anything that needs to be addressed, it is that people who do talk only talk about things that are not on the agenda, and sometimes this rule is not kept, which causes the time wasted, and the council needs to keep the rule. I would like to suggest that maybe any awards that are given out to the public be put on the agenda only once a month. This would help with the length of the meetings. The other items that are related to the city government business can also be added, but not minor issues. I also feel that issues such as the Valco Town Center, Goodyear Tire Build, and the Oaks Project should always be put on special meeting status, and that there should not be anything on the agenda with it. I would also suggest that there be no oral communication at the special meeting in order to keep the meeting short. The council can save oral communication for maybe the awards meeting night, or put it on the agenda as a night of oral communication only, when anyone can come and voice their concerns. And I hope if they do that, the council gets back to the public with information and solutions. Many times the issues addressed are never taken up by the council and the public has at the time. It would be nice to have an open line of communication with the council during oral communication, and with shorter meetings, this could be possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next one is Phyllis Dickinson. Oh, take your time. No need to rush. You got plenty of time.
Take that sign down.
Well,
You ready?
I want to speak just to a procedural matter. I am not touching on substance. When the 92-112 report for the Citizens Initiative is discussed, the citizens group, if they wish to make a presentation, and I believe Ms. Zhao has already requested this, they should be treated not as citizens, individuals with the 3-minute in the group, etc., but treated as a party given the full right to make a statement with adequate time to make a well-rounded presentation as a party, and if necessary, rebut anything that is in the report that they may disagree with. Thank you.
Thank you. The rest of them, I look at it as CCSG's initiative, so we'll wait until CCSG is coming up. And John, Willie, you want to talk about Valco traffic coming up? John, are you ready?
Just a minute.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Is this turned on? Okay.
Yeah, can see it
Okay.
now.
So I think it's timely.
We'll start at time now.
Okay.
Hey, John? Okay,
I think
go ahead.
I think it's timely to revisit the traffic that'll be a result of this Valco Hills. 6,168 vehicle trips per day. 61,000. Okay. How is that computed? It's not built, so we can't measure it. We have to compute it. So, there was a Valco EIR, but it's been stopped. So let's use the Main Street EIR as a basis. 260,000 square feet of office, 130,000 retail, 120 apartments, and 180-room hotel. The EIR, August of 12, said 12,000 vehicle trips per day. Valco, 2,600,000 retail, 389, and no hotel. Since there's no hotel and we're going to do a comparison, let's subtract out the hotel using appropriate calculations, and I'm happy to show them to you. It turns out we would subtract off 1,470. That would leave 10,529. Now let's go ahead and look at the scale up from Main Street to Valco. The 260,000 is 2 million, 7.69x. 130 retail is 600,000, 4.6. 120 apartments is now 389. You do a weighted average on those and you come up with an increase of 5.8x. 5.8x times 10,529 cars is that number I originally gave. 61,068 vehicle trips per day on our roads, primarily Stevens Creek and Wolf. If you combine those two projects, Main Street, which isn't really even open yet, you get 73,000 cars entering the roads each day. And that's just for these two projects. Valco Hills alone has 61,068 cars. At 10 feet per car, that's rough, that's 610,000 linear feet. That's 115 miles. That's essentially 4 lanes of traffic, 30 miles long. I have the EIRs here if anybody would like to talk about the details of these numbers. I brought them all. There's 4 lanes of traffic, solid bumper to bumper, Cupertino to San Francisco. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
John, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't have a question, but I would appreciate it if the speaker could send us his analysis. That would be helpful.
Sure.
Sure.
John, can you send us your analysis?
I'll start with this one. and I'll
Thank
do
you.
the calculation.
Next one is Lisa Warren. You want to talk about EIR, CEQA, about which project?
Just in general. Well,
In
it
general?
can get specific,
Okay,
but
all
just
right.
in general.
Go ahead.
It's-
You ready?
I'm ready. So I realized sitting there that I forgot a stack of another 157 pages. But this stack of paper is printed from what I got during a public records request. And what it is the input that was given by residents, agencies, whoever wanted to, on the scoping of the EIR for the Valco project. A lot of pages, a lot of information, a lot of good stuff, things that should be studied, things that were asked by the city for input, the input was given. And now, so now, as of December, when Sandhill Properties requested that the EIR be put on hold, the EIR that would potentially and should have covered this plus another 157 pages, plus what they were already studying, was put on hold. It has not resumed, and I don't think it will. And I need to be sure that people who are listening understand that the Supreme Court has, last year, created an issue where developers are allowed to, by initiative, bypass an EIR. We all discussed this at length, how important it is, how critical it is. How could you possibly build anything of that size without an EIR? My God, you have to have EIRs for much smaller projects. I'm disappointed. I've been trying to get the city to change the website and update it because this happened in December, and what's on the website is from November at best. And people who submitted this were supposed to be given updates or have access to updates on the EIR for Valco. The updates aren't there. There's not even any information that, oh, the EIR was put on hold indefinitely. And by the way, it may never come back on because if this initiative passes, there won't be an EIR. People need to know that. I am sick to my stomach that a developer would stand up and say they're doing this for a community when they aren't even willing to have an EIR done to make sure that it's not as disastrous as so many of us think it will be. So I wish that the website would be kept up so that people had access to this. The reason I had to bother the city to get these documents is because they were not available on that website. They should be. They're public documents. So please have that taken care of. I've got 2 responses to that, none of which were real responses, and I sent several emails. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, going to the ordinance and the action item. Item number 1, proposed initiative submitted by Vicky Tsai and Judy Wilson regarding the Valco Town Center specific plan initiative entitled Initiative Adopting the Valco Town Center Specific Plan to, number 1, provide that the Valco Shopping District Special Area contains a mixture of residential, office, retail, civic, and education use. Number 2, require any development to fund or provide community benefits such as transit, school, a green roof, and recycled water. Number 3, grant the property owner initial entitlement to develop in accordance with the initiative and establish a process for future approval and making related amendment to Cupertino's general plan and the municipal court Valco initiative, and authorization to prepare a report under election code 9212. David, you have staff report?
So as you noted, Mr. Mayor, this is the 3rd initiative that we've received this season. And staff generally recommends, as a matter of course, that the city prepare these 9212 studies for every initiative that's proposed so that the council and also the public can have information about the impacts of the initiative being proposed.
Sure.
And this is following through on that
Okay.
general practice.
How much did it cost for this one?
This one is budgeted at $180,000, and we're going to really be frugal to get it in at that amount.
This one is 180,000?
Yes.
Wow. Each one is, the price go up, huh? Okay. Any discussion? Any question?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
It's from the staff report, and if you could explain to me the point number 3, which says grant the property owner initial entitlements. Will this be before or after the 9212? What does that mean? And it also says making related amendments to the GPA. So I just need to understand. This is page 1 under background. It's point number 3. It's also the
Right,
same.
so essentially, one of the subjects that's covered by the 9212 is our land use impacts. And so this is just one of the topics that we would cover.
But when we say grant the property owner initial entitlement, that bothers me a bit.
That's part of the title of the initiative.
So
Yeah.
that's included in their initiative
Yes.
title? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then further on, it says, point number 8, any other matters the legislative body requests to be in the report? That's this body, I'm
Yes.
assuming. So can we add it on at a later date?
Well, if you do it in time for us to get it done, yes.
Okay, so-
But if you can think of it now, that would be great because we can put it in the scope.
Okay. And then I had the same question that the mayor had with respect to the 180,000. Is there any way we can tier that? Because we've done one report for the CCSGI, and then we have authorized another one for the Oaks.
Yeah, so we spend the money as we go, and so if for some reason there's a reason to stop, we just cancel the contract, and whatever is left is returned back to the general fund.
Does that need to be done at a city council meeting? or
No,
can that-
that's just how we spend the money.
Okay. So as long as we have that built in the contract.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any question here?
How much was the first initiative and how much was the second initiative for the 9212?
First one is 80,000, second one is 150, the third one is 180, and then there will be a fourth one coming.
Well, that would be,
About the good years is coming up.
So I just want to
yeah,
reconfirm.
the first two are
what Mayor-
150, this one's a little more expensive, 'cause obviously it's a bigger project.
So the first one, it was not 80,000, but 150,000?
Yes.
First one, 150?
Yeah, no,
Oh, this one?
originally we thought we could do it for 80, but when we came to council, we actually authorized for 150.
And
Wow.
the second one was correct what the mayor said was 150?
Yes.
Proposed 150, could be 100, 170, could be
No,
200.
no, no, the second one, Mr. Mayor.
I know, but it's proposed.
No,
be.
we did vote on it, right?
Yeah, so that's the budget. If we, for some reason, ran out of money, we'd have to come back and get more money, but we don't think that we
I just
actually
want to say
can.
that that's what we approved. I'm asking what we approved.
Yes,
We
you approved
that 150,000.
150 for both.
Okay. Is there any reason why we can't start with 150 on this one? Because didn't we do a lot of background information? Or at least can we start at 150, and if you need more, you can come back to us?
Right, I'll let the assistant city manager explain.
And you
Because
can
we've
understand
had-
why that this is our third and could be, as the mayor said, fourth, fifth, sixth, that we just want to pace ourselves.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, we've tried to be very judicious because we do recognize that we are all tearing off the general plan EIR. We are looking at as much information as we can. But just to let you know, since the city doesn't pay for EIRs, the typical cost for a large EIR runs 1 to 1.5 million. Obviously, we're not going to go that far, but to get a little bit further and give enough information, we've tried to pare down, to the basics of what we're going to get. And so I think this is about as low as we can go. But what we can do is, if there's reason to stop, we'll stop, and that way we're not spending the money.
So let me ask my question this way. If there was a proposal from the council that we did it at 150, you can always come back and ask for the other 30,000.
Right, but we have a very short timeline to complete it, and we may not be able to complete it even if the council authorizes extra money. That's the problem.
But
Because
Mr.
we
Mayor,
find
can always
ourselves
come
at
back
this top.
and ask for the 30,000.
We could, but I think this assistant city manager is pointing out is that given the timeline, by the time we got to council to make the request, time most likely would have run.
So when we discussed this earlier, there was some cost savings from what had already been done
Yes.
with the EIR, and I
We
thought the
have built all
estimates-
that in, yeah, because we expect, Valco is a large project, and we've built that in, knowing that we've, all of these in, knowing that we're doing, we've done an EIR, and that we're going to be looking at the project level.
Okay.
Now, obviously, we don't have enough information on the Valco EIR. We didn't go far enough to give us a whole lot of.
Okay, well, just to finish what I was about to say, the initial estimates were somewhere on the order of 70, 80 that had already been spent on the EIR, and the understanding was that it would thereby make this 9212 report less expensive, and I thought it was something on the order of $70,000 to $80,000 as well. So what happened to that initial estimate? Why are we being asked to approve an additional $100,000 on top of that?
I didn't know about initial estimates. I had not put any estimates together initially.
No, those were mine, and they turned out to be low. I mean, when we looked at what we actually had.
Okay.
And the response from the public on the things they want us to look at, and the fact that we haven't finished a draft EIR, we have some material, but not as much as we would need to be able to really save a lot of money.
Okay, so the total cost probably for this, if we were to do it from the very beginning, would be more like $250,000.
Probably, yeah.
But we're relying somewhat on.
If we were doing a full EIR, the
be
total cost would be
$1.5
probably $1.5 million.
I heard you.
But
Yeah, I heard what you
but
said.
we're not. Yeah, we're just.
Right.
But why we want to do a full EIR? If the
We don't have the
initiative-
time because it takes a lot of time to run a TIA and do it according to the EIR. Typically, we have about 40 to 60 days to do these reports, and you never know because it all depends on when that set of signatures is certified. You have 30 days from that date. So we're trying to figure out how best we can do everything within the given time frame.
Can you break down this cost for us? I mean, how much staff, participation is going to be going into this, and how much of
Right.
these funds are going to be used for outside?
Right. All of these are for
applicants and-
outside. We have not put in the cost it would take for staff time.
Okay, so is there any way to put more of it on staff and less of it on outside consultants? Because,
Right, so
these
most of
costs
what.
are escalating.
Right,
pretty
and so
rapidly.
most of what we need, I think staff is going to coordinate all of it, but we're not environmental or traffic experts.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've only contracted out what we don't have the expertise for.
Okay, so how many different consultants are being requested, and what are the allocations for each of those?
I don't have all the details at the tip of my fingers, but I would say probably a good portion of it is for the traffic, school, and the environmental consultant. We also have, I think, an economic and fiscal similar to this one. And then we have the specialized attorneys who specialize in election law to help us. So
Okay.
that's pretty much the gamut, and we might have some subcontractors like the traffic person or the school person that's built into the environmental cost.
So essentially, you're saying traffic, school, environmental, one more, legal, so basically five.
Economic, fiscal, yeah.
Economic, fiscal, so 5 different consultants that you would be spending this $180,000 on.
Right, and so it's kind of an abbreviated version of what we typically bring for projects.
Okay,
But-
and so there's nobody on staff that can go through these particular areas? I mean, it
Or
seems
create
like-
reports, no. I mean, we don't have, fiscal, we don't have staff who can create fiscal reports or economic analyses.
And what's the process for selecting these consultants? Is there going to be any kind of bidding process, or is staff just going to go out?
Given the
and-
time frame, we've pretty much used people who are familiar with Cupertino and who have expertise in the area, because there isn't a whole lot of time to go through the RFP, RFQ process.
What is your timeline looking like on this?
Literally, as soon as it's authorized, we will sign those contracts and get them started, because
And you have how many days between?
we estimate somewhere between 40 and 60 days.
Okay, and how long would it take to go through a request for proposals?
I would probably say typically, but you have it out there. It takes you a while to prepare it, and then you have it out there for 3 weeks. You go through interviews, probably 6 weeks.
Okay, so that would cut into probably 2/3 of the amount of time you're saying that you would need to
Yes.
prepare this report? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not really happy with the price tag on this. It's about, this is very expensive, but it's a very significant proposal being put forward. I was under the impression that it would be a lot less and that we would actually have a relative cost savings compared to the other 2 initiatives that are in front of us. I mean, if there's anything that staff can do to try to cut the budget for this, I think I speak for everyone where.
I think this
where
is
I say,
question
that
time,
would
though,
be
right? We have
very
to get
much,
through the public
very
hearing
much
before we
encouraged.
deliberate here.
Right.
Okay, then in the form of a question, just like Jeopardy, I mean, is there anything that you think that you can do to try to economize on these particular costs?
Yeah, I was just having a meeting this afternoon with RT about how can we trim 30,000 off here, and we're going to do our best, because I agree. I hate spending this kind of money, general fund money, doing this, but it is necessary. I think it's advisable that the council get a report like this, and given the fact that we have so little time to do these, one, we have to commit early and spend money fast just to get it done by the deadline, and hopefully have still very high quality analysis.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Barry, I have a question
Yes,
too.
question?
So, just so we're clear, what was the budget originally for the Valco EIR?
I don't have the exact numbers, but
I remember it was a little north of $1 million.
our estimate
Over $1
was, it would probably be
going
close
up.
to $1 million, yeah, if not more.
Well, for a full EIR, so
Yes, yes.
something 1.1 to 1.5 or something, I remembered.
Yeah, we've had a couple of big projects, including Valco and the Apple project, and those ran in the
And
1
so
to
to
1.
do a thorough analysis and get the information that the public was looking for, we put that much in, and under a normal council process, we're evaluating projects, we're able to have the developer submit monies that we then use to go around and do all this contracting and all this work. Is that correct?
Yes, in the case of applications, the city wouldn't pay, the applicant would pay.
But under the initiative process, there's no such requirement to go through such a process.
No.
Okay. So before the EIR was stopped, how much money was spent?
For Valco?
Yeah.
I don't know, because we were probably just looking at all the bills that have come in to date. I don't have a number. So
You
I'm
spent
not
half of it or a quarter of it?
No,
or-
not half. I would probably say a third, if that. Yeah. And again, I'm estimating. Well, we can go back and look.
So no matter what we do, whether we wanted to spend the remainder of $1 million or not, you're basically saying we don't have time to do the thorough analysis that we could have done were this to go through a normal process.
Right. And plus, there's no public process involved in 9212
There's
as there is in the
right.
EIR.
So that cuts some costs, but unfortunately, the ability to go back and forth with the public and get all their questions addressed is curtailed by this process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions, we'll open up to the public comment. Phyllis is suggesting to group together. Would like to ask if the council okay with that? To let them speak at
I think we were confused with item number 2. This is item number 1.
any item. I mean,
Yeah, so
I
this,
have
this
a car here, so
This is only regarding item number 2 that she was referring to.
okay. So you,
So we should go ahead with the public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
all right,
Thank you.
sure. Peggy Griffin. How are you doing, Peggy?
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, start
Thank
time.
you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Vaidyanathan, and council members and staff. I have 2 concerns that I'd like to see addressed in the Valco Initiative 9212 report. One, as a resident, I'd like to see a list of the parameters in the initiative that can be changed without city council approval. One of them is the housing units. It's 389, but it says that it can be increased just by the Director of Community Development. That's big. It could go to 800. It doesn't have a limit. The reason that I think this is important is that the same developer did Main Street. The resolution stated that the exchange for additional height for retail was to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Development. In that wonderful exchange, we got 3,200 square feet of retail in exchange for 60,000 square feet of office, which also impacted the parking, the height. So things that can be changed without going in front of the City Council are critical. The citizens need to know this. Also, I'd like to see a list of the benefits and promises that are not enforceable. The wording so that you can't take them and make them do it. The reason for this is because in December 2015, this same developer, after having agreed with the city for this exchange of 60,000 square feet of office for 3,200 square feet of retail, submitted and recorded a covenant with the county recorder's office for half the 3,200 square feet. Again, this is appalling. And so I ask you to please put this in the report so that citizens can see what can change and what is enforceable and what's not. Thank you.
Peggy, really quick question, Mr. Mayor. When you say page 61, Peggy?
Yeah.
When you say page 61 of what document, please?
Of the Valco initiative.
Thank you very much, Peggy.
Thank you. Next one is Kathy Hagelson. Hi, Kathy.
Hi. Which one am I doing? One or two?
I don't know which one you're doing. You do
I got
many.
one for each one, so I wasn't
know.
sure what we're doing.
Item number one, okay?
Number one, okay. So I'll read this.
Take your time. Ready?
Okay, so what I wanted to mention is I'm very concerned about the proposed community benefits that this initiative is using to promote their project. All of these things look really good on paper. They look good in the news. They look good when people speak on them, but there is no guarantee. And I think it's just a way to sell whatever they want to implement, and we have to overlook that we can't accept that these are going to be promises that they're going to enforce after they build their building. I'm not in favor of Valco's initiative, and I'm also very concerned about if all of these initiatives go before the ballot. How is that going to be decided afterwards? I'm not familiar with this system. Could you guys explain that? Maybe somebody on the council, because if you have 4 initiatives up there and people are trying to vote, it's going to be very confusing. So how is that going to all be decided? I'm sorry, but I think that needs to be, the people need to know how the system works, not just, oh gosh, we got 4 initiatives out there and everybody's scrambling around. Putting in, getting signatures, this is costing this city a lot of money. It's costing the builders a lot. Why don't you just go ahead and agree to leave the general plan the way it is, and all of this never would have happened. So who are we to blame here? Okay? So I think it's ridiculous. It's a joke. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for only using 1 minute and 40 seconds. Thank you. Next one. Lisa Warren.
But you didn't answer my question.
Okay, so I'm really glad that I went home to change into my red before I came here, because this was waiting in my mail for me. And so I've had 5 seconds to go, the question, why should you sign the Valco Town Center specific plan? My first thought was, oh my God. Why did they even call it the Valco Town Center specific plan when they are such a reputation for the Sunnyvale Town Center issues? Poor marketing. But they did. And above, it lists their new support team, which I know plenty of neighbors and educators who are on the other side of this. But that's okay. But I think it's important for people to understand that the Cupertino Chamber of Commerce is listed, And I think it's super important for people to know that currently the president of the Chamber of Commerce is Mr. Mike Rohde, who is employed by Sandhill Property as the manager of Valco. Wow. Really need to know that. So then the question on the front was, why should you sign? The answer on the back, because it is the only plan that will revitalize Valco. Really. You've got all these people and all their experts and all their consultants, and they can only come up with one way to do this? That's embarrassing. We tried to compromise. We tried to have input. They even say on here, something about direct response to feedback from Cupertino residents. Nothing I gave feedback on was listened to, and that's apparent in the design that they're proposing. And I know I'm not alone. They continue to say this phrase, which really shocks me. The town center is envisioned by Cupertino's general plan. Cupertino's general plan does not allow for all of this, or we wouldn't be here. If they built to the general plan, instead of having all these amendments that they want, but why do they keep claiming that it is envisioned in the Cupertino general plan? It's contradictory. People need to understand that is, well, maybe they can explain why they put it that way, but to me, it makes no sense at all. There's an old saying, it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. There's people now saying, Cupertino may be a nice place to work, but I wouldn't want to live there. This is not a town center, that dreaded word. This is an office complex.
Lisa, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
I think people understand what I'm saying. Add to that the office complex is very real. We have approximately 60 residents in Cupertino right now. How many of them are children? Let's say it's half. We have 30,000 adults who may or may not be employees of somewhere, and yet we're going to have that many employees in Cupertino potentially. We have as much employees as we have adult working residents.
Lisa, you went over 15 seconds. Can you wrap it up in 5 seconds?
It's not for Cupertino residents. It's for Cupertino, the people who are employed here. It's an office park,
Sure.
just like Main Street.
Lisa, have you ever heard of a sentence that people are saying, everybody want to go to heaven, but no one want to die? Okay, thank you. Next one. Look. Done.
My question, yet you don't give me an opportunity to respond. First, I know people that wouldn't say that. So,
That's what I heard.
That was really odd, Barry.
Okay, that's what I heard on the NPR. Thank you. Look, Len, please.
Why this is applicable here?
Look, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
I shouldn't make a joke at all, right? Sorry.
All right. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you. I just wanted to kind of look at some of the issues that are in the Valco initiative, and one of them is this quote-unquote green roof. And I think we all know that the picture that's shown in the green roof is an aerial view, but down at the street level, nobody can see this green roof, and all we see are concrete jungles. And the same architect that has designed and proposed to build this green roof has also done 5 similar green roofs in Boston, New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia. And he was sued by some of the cities for defective design and faulty workmanship. And his other disastrous creation is the Walkie-Talkie building in London. And so this is really a major concern for us, as well as the fact that what happens if this green roof is in the middle or never gets built and this initiative go through, is the city stuck to complete this because now it becomes part of the general plan, right? Who's going to go build this thing, right? So there's a lot of concern about that. The other thing is it's been mentioned before, this project is in the middle of our city, and the traffic, all the problems associated with it, the school, the additional office space is going to cause additional housing mandate from ABAG, and it's going to cause school overcrowding. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about is all this smart initiative proposed in this Valco special zoning section. This is going to be, this initiative, basically, the initiative is a California law that's enacted over 100 years ago to give the citizens, the residents, a voice to the government, right? And then now, to me, this is a severe abuse of the initiative law, where now you have a corporation that's really coming in and trying to bypass the review and approval process for development that's been in place for I don't know how many years here in Cupertino, right? So this is not a citizens initiative. It's not a complaint toward the government or anything like that. Okay, so that's all I want to say. The other points been spoken already is that there seems to be a lot of promises and don't know what's real and what can be enforced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Next one is Ignatius Ding.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Member, my name is Ignatius Ding. I've seen you last meeting. Well, anyway, I have a few fact-checking and truth-telling I want to present today. Sam Hill claimed the Volco Town Center initiative was put forward by two longtime Cupertino residents, in education advocate and a local businessman. I want to remind the council, Sam Hill essentially have two straw sponsors. This is sponsored by a corporation, of course. However, the residency initiative is supported by several hundred high-tech professionals, including several individuals with a PhD and other advanced degrees from the prominent institutions, such as Princeton and etc. It's also supported by veteran urban planners with decades experience and civil engineers and many legal professionals. Sam Hill claims the initiative is true, and as the other speaker mentioned, the only initiative to revitalize Volco. The truth is, Volco indeed needs vitalization, but the proposed plan contains faulty design, violating rules of the city general plan and zoning code. In addition, the developer is known to break its promise. For example, Sam Hill, as I mentioned, filed bankruptcy, walk away from Sunnyvale, and let the city and the bank hold back. And do we want to repeat that in Cupertino? And the proposed project would add more than 10,000 workers, but only 389 units of housing. That's about 5% needed for the 10,000 workers. In other words, this office complex will basically aggravate the housing shortage in Cupertino, not helping. This is not revitalization because we lost most of the retail space and we lost major anchor stores. So this is a devastating the space, not revitalize it. And the developer made a list of very attractive promises, incentive to entice the city and the school boards and the public to support the proposal. But most of the promises, as far as we can tell, are not contractually binding. They are not legally binding, have to deliver. They just promise us the promise. And first of all, the promise of contributing $30 million to improve traffic on 280. And we know the exit space already been taken up by Apple. There's no more room to improve that part, and I-80 has no space to expand. So there's money
Ignatius,
there and won't be able to do.
Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Sure. And so if we cannot go to I-80, then you end up with all the local streets. So with the 10,000 people and 30,000 extra cars coming out of that area, this 4 square miles will become a parking lot. So that's the danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Steve Schaff.
Good evening. Rod Sinks brought up the big concern of mine is that these initiatives by developers are bypassing the EIRs, which were so important. And I know that the state court has allowed this, but I think it's a very bad precedent. And I would urge that residents not sign the petitions to put this on the ballot and the main reason is because it bypasses the EIR. The second issue is the $180,000 that was discussed today. Last night, there was a meeting called at Valco at Macy's. It was advertised on Nextdoor, and emails were sent out, so I went over there because they were discussing CCSGI, and about 30 other people were there. Well, actually, there was no meeting there. It was either canceled or I don't know what happened to it. But I did talk to a signature gatherer who approached me up by the movie theater, and I talked to him for a while, and I don't have anything against him, but he was telling me that he was having a very difficult time getting signatures. This afternoon, I was returning some CDs to the library, and there was a signature gatherer in front of the library, even though it's Cesar Chavez Day and the library is not open. And he told me the same thing. He could not get signatures despite the financial incentives that he was getting for them. So maybe it's a little premature to spend $180,000 on the 9212 for Valco. 180 days, they probably could get 4,000 signatures, but what's the rush here? The other issue I have is the developer's history. I'm sure you all know that in Palo Alto, they're being fined $1,000 a day for not fulfilling their development agreement. How are they going to be fined in Cupertino if they don't do what they say? If the green roof is not completed, what is the daily fine that the city can assess the developer? If all these promises that they've made, what is the fines that can be assessed? I hope you guys make them really high so you can get them to fulfill their promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, Robert McKeeven.
Hi, Barry. That was close enough. There's a word I like to use is trust. Right now, the citizens of Cupertino don't trust the council. Citizens of Cupertino don't trust the city staff. Citizens of Cupertino don't trust the developers out there. This resolution before you now is another example of that reason we don't have a trust in regards to the city council and so forth. The city waited until CCSGI submitted signatures before moving essentially forward with their 9212. The city knew that we had collected enough signatures, and that's when they moved forward. I would recommend that before this council moves forward with the 9212 for Valco, is that they wait until to see if enough signatures are being gathered. As a previous speaker mentioned, they're having a difficult time collecting those signatures. The CCSGI polls and information we received when we collected signatures showed that the vast majority of Cupertino residents do not favor the proposed Valco development. City should wait, see if Valco's paid signatures and non-Cupertino residents have even the chance of collecting enough signatures within the time frame. Why spend the $180,000 now there's no need to when there's a good chance they will not collect enough signatures to get on the November ballot. My recommendation is do not adopt Resolution 16-027 for those reasons. Hold off. Don't spend the $180,000 right now, and just see if enough signatures can even be gathered. Our information is that they will never make the collection signatures they need. Any questions from the City Council?
No?
No, thank you very much.
No, I did have one question. You said 4,000 signatures?
No, my understanding is they need about 3,700 signatures similar to CCSGI, and our understanding is they're having a very difficult time collecting any signatures at all once the people realize what they're proposing at Valco, which isn't a retail center as they propose. It doesn't help the school system. It's mainly a massive office project, hotel, and a housing complex. And the retail there is going to be very minimal. And that doesn't include all the traffic problems that they're going to have with this development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next one, James Randolph.
Is this somebody's phone? If it isn't, it's mine.
Hello, my name is Jim Randolph. Thank you for letting me speak to you. I'm actually here to talk about more the retail portion of the project. I'm a retail leasing broker. I've been in business in this valley for 30 years. And in fact, my team is doing the leasing on Main Street. I agree with the Greensfelder report that says Valco Fashion Mall is not a viable retail project in its current form. I think that's pretty obvious right now. And I recently attended a conference, a national conference, that was a entertainment retail conference in Los Angeles, and the general theme there was all about malls across the country. What do you do when you start losing all these anchor stores? How do you make it relative if Sears, Penney's, or Macy's goes away? And the general response was that the developers across the country, there's not a mall owner out there that isn't concerned with this issue or is facing it right now, is that you have to create an experience where ordinary consumers feel a sense of discovery, they feel connected, it's pedestrian oriented, it tells a story that you could go tell your friends or your family. And the project that includes all these new initiatives in revitalizing these centers involve mixed use of some form or nature. Simply stated, to differentiate your experience from online shopping and to get the consumer out of the house, off the couch, you need to bring in brands that people identify with, entertainment, restaurants, and you have to maximize the public areas. So as a retail professional, my opinion is the CCSG initiative would prevent the revitalization of Valco. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one quick question for you. Can you mention a few cities where anchor stores have left the mall without mentioning the names of the anchor stores?
Well, a good one is San Mateo. Hillsdale Mall.
Okay. And anything in Southern California?
Well, the good one about San Mateo is Sears is gone. And so they already had some fashion anchors there, but they're totally revitalizing that. And what's interesting is they're bringing in what Valco already has, and that is a theater, bowling alley, a lot of restaurants.
Any other city that comes to mind? Nationally is okay.
Well, I mean, look at Eastridge. Okay. What is Eastridge going to do?
So you're keeping them local. I get what you're saying.
No,
thank you.
But I could, there's many.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Fariba.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fariba Nejad, and I am a resident of Cupertino for over 26 years. And I remember those days when Valco was really Valco. You know, we all used to go shopping and we are enjoying our time with our children. I am in favor of this initiative because we all need to know need to know about accurate report to the community that we make a decision. And right now, what I hear from the other side is very negative because we really need to do something about Valco. And I'm glad that you are taking this, time and making this decision. And I just want to thank you for doing that. And I hope this initiative goes through. Thank you.
Rariba.
Yes.
Happy Iranian New Year.
Thank you. Happy Nowruz. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Chin Pen or Chin Pao. Sorry.
Dear Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to hear. And I hear the developer said we really need a great retail space. And how many times of you find it's easy to find parking in Valley Fair? So I'm really looking forward to have a new Valley Fair to be built into the current Valco space. I'm a Cupertino citizen for 18 years. And loves Valco. Valco is within walking distance to my house. My kids walk there for movies. We dinner there and we shopping there. I'm so sad to see all the stores gone. However, the new initiative that Valco proposed is so disappointing. It's an office building. I happened to talk to one of the employees during the party who works for the architect, and I asked her, I said, where are all those 2 million office spaces? She said, it's just the office building. Why so beautiful to put out there? So same thing, I received this email today, and nowhere mentioned the 2 million office space that will bring all the traffic. Right now, because I'm only 1 block away from it, I already saw the traffic going on when they have the road broke up to fix something. And the new school build on site here mentioned is off a preschool site. Our poor kids only have to be educated in such a smaller sites, and how many kids right now already studying in portable classrooms. Also the parcel tax, my kids attend Cupertino High School. At the beginning of the year, the principal praised us. The parcel tax helped building all those beautiful buildings in the Cupertino High. But just like Main Street, they only pay 1 parcel tax for all the the apartments they build there. Who is going to pay for those? So as a citizen, probably I have to pay for all these. So I'm hoping the flyer will tell more truth than what it looks like. If it's all this, what they propose, I will say, hooray, go for it. However, what underneath it didn't disclose to the citizen to sign for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Xiaowen. Xiaowen. Hi, Xiaowen. How are you doing? Ready?
No.
Still have another phone for?
It's a reporter. Just leave it there.
Okay. Good evening, councils and mayors. So here is what I have is I basically went to the city website to get the architecture drawing of the Valco and to map with this beautiful image they have been presented. So here it is. It's pretty clear. We got a massive office and tiny retail. So I don't need to say anything else. And to put everything into perspective, I just want to try my best. Why this is no. Try my best to understand something, right? So the thing is, we have a traffic situation. We do have 10,000 workers going to be added to the 14,000 worker at Apple II that we hadn't seen yet. And according to the EIR, which for the GPA, current situation is unavoidable. Doesn't matter how much money Sand Hill can contribute to this I-280 interchange program, because this interchange program started with Apple II. So we already have that solution when we do the GPA. Still, the conclusion remains the same. In my opinion, without a viable, true public transit system, which is a regional issue, we cannot solve this traffic issue problem at Waco if we build that office park. And for school, already every school within the attendance area is crowded already. And Sand Hill said it's going to put in no less than $40 million aggregated to both school districts. Just put things into perspective, CUSD currently at Measure H, we pay collectively, aggregately, all the citizens here pay $220 million to CUSD. And aggregately, all the citizens, all the residents here pay $295 million to FUHSD. And that money just covered to build some classrooms and fixing some leaky roofs. My question is, even we build classroom to infinity, how many classrooms are we going to pack into campus? And of course, for the public services, we know we need a new sewer line. And still, when I read the initiative, I pay attention to the language. The funding situation is not clear. Sand Hill is not promised to pay for it. And for the park and the open space, there's 3-acre town square that I think we probably can guarantee to see. Other than that, we have this 30-acre rooftop garden. As an engineer, I like engineer challenge, so I do like the idea of a rooftop garden. However, as an engineer, I also need the feasibility.
So when your time is up, can you wrap it up in 50 seconds?
So from feasibility issue, I did a calculation just to Google online for such rooftop garden. Just the soil, maybe 60,000 tons. We need a structure that be able to hold this weight. And also in the language, I want to point out in the language of this rooftop here, it is mandated. Any project to revitalize for the Waco need to have this rooftop. Even Sand Hill Walkaway, we cannot build anything on this land without this rooftop. So I hope to, yes, thank you.
You went over 30 seconds.
Thank you. That's all I want to say. Okay.
Next speaker, Penny Whitaker. Hi, Penny. How are you doing? Is Dennis going to also speak too? Come on. No relationship, huh?
Oh, yes. I am proud to say there is.
You're for it, and he's going to against it, right? No,
hardly. Okay. I just had a concern, and I am not savvy to legalese and all that stuff, so I'm going to ask it, and maybe somebody can answer this question for me. In the legal section of the Courier this week, there was a notice of intent to circulate petition. And item number 4 states changes standards for parcelization, division of the property into smaller parcels. That really put up my antennas because I know they have a habit of changing things after it's been voted on, such as Main Street that was supposed to have senior housing that has none. Please be careful. Please make sure that they are going to stick to what they say and don't make changes afterwards. I also wanted to mention and find out if you can answer this question for me. I received an email yesterday from the Hills, from Reed Moulds, or hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I never signed any paper. I never asked to be on their list. It said that I was getting it because I was a citizen of Cupertino, and I would like to know how they got my email address. Did the city give them that information? If so, I think they need to give that same information to the citizens of this city who have another initiative. Also, in response to what someone just said, our Sears and our Pennies did not want to leave Valco. They were forced to leave Valco. They did not want to leave Cupertino. There was no place in Cupertino for them to go. Please keep that in mind when you're thinking about these things. Stores would like to be in Cupertino, and there's no place for them to go. And these buildings, these developments are making that more difficult. I would also like to encourage the people of Cupertino and our city council to be considerate of each other and stop lashing out at each other and making nasty comments. One Donald Trump is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one. Next one, Jennifer Griffin.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and et cetera, and all the other wonderful gentlemen here, staff, and the public. I'm Jennifer Griffin, and boy, are we vetting Valco. Valco must be extremely important because we are vetting it all over the place, and we're going to vet it and vet it and vet it and discuss it. And it's probably good because the first 15 years that I ever spent in this city, my neighborhood was in the county, and believe me, the county had its own issues. I lived in the county for 5 years after I bought my home, and then we annexed into Cupertino. And the first thing I remember was in 2001 was the redevelopment agency, and the battle with the city. Cupertino had one redevelopment agency. Like San Jose had 27, Santa Clara had 5 or 10. We had one, and it was Valco, all the way down, everything Valco that I ever saw in the beginning of my time coming to these city council meetings for other reasons. And boy, for whatever political issues, I sure wish we still had redevelopment agency. You know, you can say it's a political issue, but it sure allowed the city to maintain control over what they wanted Valco to become. And the city tried hard to make sure that that mall was a success. They put money into that theater. There was the ice skating drama. I am really, really upset that we don't have clothing stores left in Cupertino. We need to make sure that we hang on to the big Target hard. We're getting a little Target in the east of Cupertino and Main Street, but I understand big Target may be pushed out. We can't afford to lose any other clothing stores. There is no place to shop for clothing in Cupertino anywhere. When I remember back fondly, Cupertino had everything. We had Mervyn's, we had Jimco, we had Valco, but I still can't fathom. I can understand, but about losing 3 anchors, Pennies, I understand. We had a big debate last weekend at Christmas, at Easter, at my mother-in-law's about whether Pennies was still open, and I guess it is still. But the loss of those 3 anchors are going to go down in history. It hurts. It hurts to have to go outside of Cupertino to buy clothing for my nieces, the 1- and 2-year-old nieces and nephews. And there's the other fallacy is that there is money in Cupertino and you can attract clothing stores. What does Santana Row and Valley Fair have that Cupertino doesn't? I'm sorry.
Jennifer.
We have the money, so we need the stores.
Jennifer,
why don't we have a Nordstrom's here?
Jennifer, your time's up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
I'd like some answers. Thank you.
Next one is Liang Xiao. Liang, are you ready?
Can you turn on the slide, please? Hi. Mayor Chen, Vice Mayor Nathan, and council members. This is a sales report from the CCSGI 9212. However, you can see clearly the red line is Valco. Since 2009, the sales of Valco, even after adjusted to $2015, did not go down until after 2014, after Sand Hill took over. After years of neglect, Valco sales did not go down. It even went up. Just adjusted to 2015 numbers, it looks flat. In fact, in real dollars, it went up. Council members, it's your job as council members to look out for the need of community for shopping, entertainment. Do you just believe the consultant report, or can you look deeper beyond the report? Look around in Cupertino. All of the shopping centers are full, except Valco and Oaks. Both are sites that developers want to develop. Valley Fair is expanding and very crowded. Stanford Shopping Center is expanding. But look at Valco. Even in the 2009, it didn't have any dip. There is a stable stream of customers who shop there. Now, think harder. Valco, we are at a prime location in Silicon Valley, the center of Silicon Valley. And we have the most fluent community, and the population is growing. Let's look at 20 years ago, when Valco was the go-to location in Silicon Valley. At that time, Valley Fair was dead. But did they give up on Valley Fair because it's so close to Valco? No. The Hung Company took over, and they revitalized the Valley Fair when Valco was still flourishing. And both malls were operating very well for about 10 years. Then, at that time, Valco was operated by Westfield. 20 years ago, Westfield sold Valco and bought Valley Fair. That's when Valco started to decline. Why? Because after Valley Fair, a stream of developers purchased Valco, one after another. None of them has any experience running shopping mall. If you look at all the successful shopping malls, Valley Fair, Stanford Center, Santana Row, and Westgate, they are all operated by professional shopping mall operator. Sand Hill is not one of them. Sand Hill built Cupertino Village, sold it. They built Fashion Island, sold it. They don't have any experience operating shopping mall. Thank you.
Wrap it up, 15 seconds.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Let me interrupt you. I'll always give you 15 more seconds. So don't try not to. Let me tell you your time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So 20 years ago, our population has grown about 40% since 20 years ago, and our population will keep growing for another 30% and more. And now we are reducing our shopping centers. But look at online shopping. Online shopping is only 7% of the entire consumer product. Only 7%. Online shopping only grows about 1%, but our population grows 1.5% per year. So our demand for retail will grow faster than online shopping. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Yanping Zhao. Zhao Yanping. Take your time, no rush. We have plenty of time. You ready?
Yeah. So, hi, dear council members and the mayor. So, I'm here today. Just want to point out one thing. So, Sand Hill's initiative claimed that it will provide community benefits, including building a newly constructed elementary school at a former Nan Island school site to accommodate 700 new students for Cupertino Unified School District. It sounds good, isn't it? But I would like to read the letter of intent signed between Sand Hill Property and Cupertino Unified School District about who will be able to attend this school. This letter said, should property owners, which is Sandhill, propose the project, which is local town center project, receives city approval, property owner will more than fully mitigate impacts on school facilities created by students. That's the interesting part. Whose parents and guardians are projected to rent new homes or occupy new offices built in accordance whatever. So so actually the students whose parents or guardians occupy new offices rings the alarm to me. Local initiative proposes 2 million square feet of office, which can hold 10,000 workers whose kids, according to this letter of intent, are eligible to attend this new school. Imagine how many new students these 10,000 workers will bring. So I'm wondering, can this new school really mitigate the impacts of local development? Also, those new students will not end at elementary school level. They will need to attend middle school, which is Hyde, and then high school, which is Cupertino High. These two schools, we all know, are already over capacity. How would how would Hyde and Cupertino High hold those new students? I also want to point out that this letter is not a binding contract, which means that Sandhill's promise cannot be enforced. So dear Cupertino voters, please be careful when Sandhill promises to our schools, what Sandhill promises to our schools and our community. I would like you, Cupertino voters, please do not sign local's initiative because of those empty promises. Thank you.
Thank you, MP. Next one is Jerry Sheehan.
Hello again. Same topic, and I want to just remind everyone, I hear Sand Hill a lot, but my understanding is they're backed by the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. Is that your understanding as well? Council members, mayor, staff, is that correct? Abu Dhabi Investment Authority? That's what I've read. That's where the money is coming from. Does anyone want to correct me? I can't talk.
I mean, you have your 3 minutes, so just please talk, sir.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask about the Brown Act too, but we'll talk about that. Because I've talked to Cupertino Union, and I'll talk to them again, and they were not very receptive to my message. And I'm a credentialed teacher, so it's a little frustrating. I used to teach economics, and I'm really interested in socially responsible investing. And my understanding that the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority is it's the world's second largest sovereign wealth fund. And I don't want to run out of time here, but look up the word sovereign. I think I talked about this last time I was here. Let me just give you a few vocabulary words since I'm a teacher, okay? Things like unlimited authority, potentate, autocrat, monarch, master, supremacy. I'll leave the remainder of my time to Barry. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Next one is Nia Strother. Nia, how are you doing, Nia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Members, staff, Neil Struthers, private resident. I do not live in Cupertino, I live in San Jose. But I've been involved in development in the success of Silicon Valley for some time now. And I wasn't prepared to speak on this topic. I'm here to speak on the next topic. But I felt compelled because the irony that I hear tonight from those opposed to the Valco proposal, which I understand, you know, not in my backyard, right? I got mine, fine, you're somewhere else. These are people that are talking about not letting new workers into this economy. Why? Because you got yours already? Look, the hypocrisy is so thick that I could not comment. And I will tell you, those that said that it won't qualify, I am now committed to making sure that the people that I represent will make sure that this ballot measure qualifies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I hope you see the sign there, okay? I'm serious. please be respectful to each other. Okay? I allow you to applaud. Don't do that to other people. Okay? Everybody have different opinion. Please be respectful. Thank you. Next one is Denisa Tekmansky. Denisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi, I'm Danessa Tekmansky. I wanted to talk again about the roof garden at Valco. I think it can't be argued that the only real appeal to a lot of us for the Valco project would be the roof garden. If most people really understood what was underneath, which they don't seem to show in any of their pictures, I don't think they'd be too happy about it. I kind of feel like that whole green toupee is kind of a ruse to hide what's underneath. As was mentioned before, Raphael Vanoli, the architect, has a reputation for not being able to deliver. And as a passionate gardener, I became really enchanted with the idea at first until I started really looking into it. And one of the big problems that I see, they talk about it being 30 acres of hiking trails, but it's like 4 stories, 7 stories, 9 stories. How does that become a park? I don't quite get that. You'd have to go to elevators or stairs in between. How wheelchair accessible is that? How accessible is that for little kids? Also up at 9 stories when there are no wind blocks, it's pretty windy and dry up there. So I don't know if that's a big problem for everyone. It is for me. But one of the other things that really bothered me, I was looking, same as the other lady, at the calculations for the weight of the soil for a roof like that. And the typical green roof has about 1 to 6 inches of, it's kind of a loamy soil. And
Vanessa,
you grow...
your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Yeah, the vineyards and the orchards and the things that they show growing on that roof can't happen in 1 to 6 inches of green roof soil. You can grow succulents and you can't walk on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Kelly.
Thank you. I live basically on the border. Homestead, Lawrence, Stevens Creek are going to see a huge increase in traffic from the 14,500 that I've seen projected for the Apple complex, and then another 10,000 for this project. The best way to mitigate this, from my experience as a planning commissioner in the city of Santa Clara, is to put housing in close proximity. If you do not put the housing, you are putting the burden on the neighboring cities. Santa Clara, San Jose, and Sunnyvale will all feel the burden. So I'm asking you, where is the housing? If it's not at this site, where is the housing? Because I can tell you, I've already commented on 3 sites right down the street. 2 of them are in the Cupertino Union attendance boundaries. The schools are going to be impacted. Where, if it's not in Cupertino, it's going to be in Santa Clara, it's going to be in San Jose. But a project this size is going to require housing. And to scale back the housing portion, especially when Cupertino Union School District has come into Santa Clara asking for housing for its teachers, is just not proper planning. It's irresponsible. So if you could just comment, where is the housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, anyone want to speak on this item? Please come up to the podium and then fill out the card later, okay? I did not see your card here, sorry. No, go ahead.
That's fine.
Give me your name. Yeah.
Victor Castello. I'm speaking in support of Hills of Valco. As a property owner, the address of our property is 10075 East Estates Drive. It's the United Furniture Strip Center and the gas station on the corner of Stevens Creek and Miller. My family's owned and operated a property for 50 years. And my dad and his brothers traded a cherry orchard in Sunnyvale in the late 60s for what was then a brand new Mayfair supermarket, a very big deal at the time. My dad is now 90 years old, and the last one's still around and can be seen on site, still doing the maintenance and repairs and taking care of his tenants. I've read the text of the proposed initiative that's posted online, and I think I get the intent of the initiative, although the exact motivation is a little hard to determine. We as a family have had experience in the past with folks who do not want growth or progress or traffic, and we've even had them deny us the ability to develop our orchards because they think they should stay farms and because of their romantic notion of farming. That's fine. People have their opinions. But these folks who are convinced their cause is just and right really don't have much of an idea sometimes about really what's at stake. It seems to me there's a disconnect sometimes, or even a non-understanding by the general public regarding the relationship between property value and what that allows you to afford or do for improvements and the related cost of those improvements. In other words, the greater value of the property and any potential return, the greater and grander the improvement costs can be. You don't just improve properties for the heck of it because it would be a nice thing to do or, you know, look nice. You can't take these kinds of risks without a carefully calculated plan and an expected return. Given the Valco Park, under its current configuration, has been a failure since I was a very young man, it seems at least naive or even foolish to expect that by forcing it to remain unchanged will now be the right path to a successful project. This obviously makes no sense at all. If the Hills at Valco does not go forward under this plan, and given Valco's clear history over the years, it is my opinion it's very unlikely any future developer will take on the project with the limitations this initiative will place on the property, and this well-intended but misguided initiative will most certainly adversely affect all the surrounding property values, which will adversely affect what we can ultimately do, or should even do, with our properties in the next few years. This kind of world-class development raises all boats and allows small landowners like us to contemplate bigger and grander plans than we ever thought possible. Again, the motivation of this initiative is unclear to me, but the result is very clear. By making the Hills of Valco economically unfeasible, it will deny my family, surrounding properties, and even the city of Cupertino a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I oppose the CCSG initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I double-checked the car. I did not see your car. Can you fill out one of the blue car?
I think you meant to speak at the next item. I think you meant to speak at the next item because you said you're opposed to the initiative and you mentioned a different initiative.
That's okay. That's all right. That's okay. Don't worry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. No one want to speak? Now close the public comment. Bring back to the...
So I move to adopt resolution number 16-027, directing city staff to prepare a report on the effects of the Valco initiative pursuant to Election Code Section 9212 and appropriate $150,000 for such purpose.
Any second?
I'll second that.
You second it? Okay. Go ahead. Any question? Any deliberation?
I mean, this is a huge project. I certainly would have preferred to have an EIR. I would have preferred to have the time to do the analysis of an EIR. But given that that's impossible, I don't think we should try to skimp on funding for this. And I will not support this except that the staff recommended 180, because I think our residents deserve to have the best analysis we can afford to produce in, a very bounded amount of time. And I don't want to tie staff's hands in doing that full analysis.
Okay.
I just want to follow up that there was a lot of questions that was asked by the public. When the public comes during the public hearing and speaks before the City Council, we want to respect your time to make sure that you have all of your 3 minutes. It's not a question and answer time between the council members and the public. I know that is very frustrating that you can't get answers out of this, but we are public policy makers, and this is an opportunity for us to listen to you. We just want to be very fair because this is the third initiative that comes before the City Council. I know that some of you have been advocating not to do this study, but then for the first person who came in, which was CCSGI and as well as the Oak Shopping Center, we also gave them an opportunity to do a 9212, and we want to make sure that we treat each one of you fairly. I mean, when we hear the second item today, we're going to be hearing issues that we agree or disagree of the independent analysis, and that's going to be a challenge for this council as well too. So I just want, the reason why I made this motion is just to be fair. If for some reason staff needs the extra funding, then they can ask for it. Another question that was asked, maybe this won't qualify, maybe they won't get enough signatures to come before the City Council. People sit down on the first one, and they got it within 2 months. I don't know, maybe the second or third one might get it in 30 or 45 days. I don't know. I don't want to put staff in an opportunity where they cannot do their job. And if for some reason they feel that they need the extra funding, I'll be happy to give it at that time.
Desai?
I do have a timeline question for staff. One of the residents mentioned that for the CCSGI initiative, we waited until they gathered signatures. I don't remember when exactly we authorized the 9212, the 150,000.
It was well before they finished
Before.
gathering.
I just wanted to confirm that. And I did have a couple of questions on some of the things that they brought up. One was the term which may be increased by conditional permit, and there's the term may be used a couple of times. How and when can it be legally binding?
I think that would be the subject of the analysis once we read it. So these questions, we can't answer it today, but we expect to when we do the 9212 report.
So would that be one of the things that we could ask to be analyzed by
Yes,
the 9212?
yes.
That was your question number 8, which I had referenced earlier. And then I did have one other question. I need to go back to the staff report. Just give me a moment here. We talk about internal inconsistencies and vertical and horizontal. Some of these have been analyzed in the previous report. Is there anything you can borrow from a current 9212 report on a different initiative?
Since we're studying, each initiative makes different changes to the general plan. We will have to study the scope of those. So we have to look at the information in each initiative, but we're familiar with the general plan and have it, and so that helps. But each initiative makes different changes, so we have to go back and make sure that it's consistent.
Especially where we have charts which have actually analyzed Valco.
Yes.
It makes sense to go back and use those charts and not
Yes,
actually.
and we can compare what we know with the initiative. Yes.
And I asked my question about the 180,000 earlier, and I'm happy to go ahead and authorize that, except I want us to have control over how we pay it in a tiered system.
Darcy? Any?
What do you mean by that? I mean, in terms of a tiered system?
I've said this before, even for the other reports. At any time we feel that they're not getting the signatures, we put a halt and we do not pay the entire amount. We have the full freedom to stop the process. And we still own the reports, and we don't pay what we haven't used.
So, okay, before the signatures are actually confirmed, would you need to spend any money on the preliminaries of putting together a 9212 report? Because I'm assuming it's not.
Yeah, we start spending money pretty quickly just because of the amount of work to do. And again, we presume that the signature gatherers are going to be successful. We don't really have any way other than word of mouth. Oh yeah, they're gathering them, not gathering them, to know for sure whether they're successful or not. So we presume that they are, just because that's the conservative assumption.
Well, we've had the experience of the CCSGI initiative.
Yes, they were very good at getting them. They got them
right. So they got their signatures, and then you had 60 days to complete, or 30 days. Sorry, you had 30 days to complete the 9212 report. How much of the allocation had you spent up to that point when the signatures were confirmed by the Registrar of Voters?
Probably about, I don't know, what do you think, a third of it?
I haven't seen the bills and the timing of the bills. So.
Yeah, we could tally up the bills, but I mean, they're still coming in. But I mean, they come in monthly. I mean, we get invoiced monthly, just like with any consultant contract.
Okay, but you would roughly estimate a third?
Probably.
Okay, is there anything within the contracts that would preclude you from basically shutting down that process?
No, we have very
signatures
quick. We can terminate within days.
Okay. I mean, I could agree with the idea of structuring this such that we have the optimal cost savings, and I'm sure that's I think that this was
yeah. I mean, if we
and-
had some way of officially getting in number, some idea of what signature counts were, I mean, the problem is we don't have that, and we won't have that until they show up with the big stack of signatures. That's when we know whether they've been successful or not.
Okay, and so for the CCSGI initiative, we actually authorized the 9212 report in
Yes,
advance of when
back
we
in
found out that the
January.
signatures were. Okay. Well, I do want to ask some of the questions that the that the residents brought up. There was a question regarding what happens legally if specific items aren't delivered.
Yes.
And my understanding is that ultimately we have the power of denying a certificate of occupancy, right? I mean, if this basically becomes formalized in the language of an initiative, then we could essentially say, well, no, we're just not going to allow you to occupy, these premises. Is that accurate?
Typically, but I think the audience was correct that and we recognized this early on that the enforceability of the commitments was a key issue, and so that's one of the things that's going to be examined very closely.
Okay.
We won't probably be able to hire world-class engineer to analyze a roof structure, but just because we don't really have time or scope to do that. But we'll try to analyze as many of the issues that have been brought up tonight as we can afford to within this money and time we have to spend.
Okay. Well, I think the basic question is if there are some items that aren't delivered, hypothetically speaking, if this gets passed, if some items aren't delivered, do we retain our ability to essentially shut the entire project down based upon the non-delivery of particular items that were encoded within this initiative? Is that something that we can study within?
Yes. I mean, so we'll look at the initiative to see
report?
whether it limits our typical powers of being able to do that, right? So we typically have that power unless the initiative itself limits that, and we haven't.
Okay, let me ask for an additional request in terms of the legal analysis. So let's find out if there's anything that we can do to fortify those promises made within the initiative, because I can imagine a scenario in which particular items aren't delivered, and so there could be a courtroom proceeding, right, where people are essentially saying, well, we've spent this much money, we spent $2 billion making this, it makes no sense to let us not occupy based upon something that's a relatively small amount. And I can see litigation occurring. Can you find out within a 9212 report anything that we can be doing to fortify these guarantees, which is what I'd like to call them? That's a request I'd like to make as a add-on to that question. So Kathy Helgerson brought up a question: how will the initiatives be decided if there are so many on the ballot? I think that's a fair question. I think ultimately you would just read the initiatives and vote on them. I know it's going to be a really long ballot this year in 2016. It's very much down ballot. I have kind of an adjunct question to that, and I've heard it asked. And please answer it if you know the answer to it. If you don't, then please don't make anything up. But okay, let's say you have 3 initiatives on the ballot and all 3 of them pass. So what happens at that point? What are we bound by?
Well, I think, and the attorneys can correct me, the general rule is if they don't conflict, they are all enacted. To the extent they do conflict, the initiative that gets the higher vote count prevails over the ones that don't. Generally.
Okay, so your understanding is that to the extent that they don't conflict, all of them get enacted. To the extent that they do conflict, basically the higher percentage or the higher number of votes perhaps actually is controlling. Okay. What's the last day that we could potentially request a 9212 for this particular initiative?
Well, there's no statutory cutoff. It's just, if you obviously wait till the last week, your 9212 will be there won't be much to it, right?
Pretty bare bones? Yeah. Okay. Well, how about let's work backwards. What's the deadline for the applicant, the people to go ahead and submit their signatures in order to make it onto the November ballot? I guess we would have a natural deadline.
It's, I believe, August 12th?
August 12th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's it's about 5 months out, a little less than 5 months out. So in order for, if we were to wait until the last possible time, then it would basically be, we would have this interim 5 months to be able to make a decision as to whether the 9212 could go forward.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you wanted to sort of say, well, we'll wait a month.
Because I thought August is kind of important with respect to making determinations as to what's on the ballot itself, right? I mean, wouldn't that be a little bit too late to?
Well, right. If so, let's just say you waited till late July. Again, the 9212 would probably be 15 pages and very, very cursory because we wouldn't really have had any time to do any of the work.
Okay. And do you happen to know when we approved the CCSGI 9212?
I want to say it was January, early January.
January, and now we find ourselves in the middle of March. So it's a 2-month turnaround, right?
Yes, and this was a really accelerated. I mean, we were really hustling at the end to get it done. That's why it's on the very last day to deliver.
Okay. Well, I mean, it does sound like we would be consistent with that if we waited a month. I just wanted to suggest the idea because there were a couple of comments regarding, well, why not see what the progress of signature gathering is? And that would actually give us an opportunity to potentially save this entirety of the
Well, it would be, but
cost of
we won't
9212.
know what the progress is. Unless they deliver it in a month, we won't know the progress because we have no way of knowing how many signatures that have been gathered.
Well, I mean, I suppose we could ask for an update. I mean, would the applicant be willing to provide an update in a month's time? I mean, I just, and I understand, Councilmember Wong, what you were saying regarding the Oaks. I mean, we did go ahead and authorize that. And so to be consistent, I wish that comment regarding, consistency with the CCSGI process had been made last time when we were talking about the Oaks, because then I could see, okay, it would be a little bit more sensible to go ahead and try to make that, fair. But I mean, now that we've already authorized this funding for the Oaks, I think what we're basically left with is, can we try to cost engineer this to
Right. Well,
make it a little bit more?
and we've had a lot of discussions about what kind of existing information we can use. Again, we're trying to provide the highest quality analysis we can with as little money and as quickly as we can do it. And what we don't want to do is come back and, and have a hearing like this in August and have the audience quite, critical of the quality of the
Right.
report because we've tried to cut corners.
I think what I would request is that staff try to backload as much of the work and the payment as possible, at least within this initial month, perhaps even month and a half, or probably not 2, because it sounds like you really wouldn't be able to do that responsible of a job with everything that we want to know for the evaluation. But I think we do have that month, and I'm willing to go ahead and say we can, for the sake of consistency here, authorize. But the costs really do concern me because they have escalated by about $100,000 from the last time we were given a number, in terms of an informal estimate.
Yeah, cumulatively, they're nearly $500,000.
Okay. But I would agree also with Councilmember Wong's suggestion that we keep it down at 150 right now.
I was thinking that because there is so much request that each of the council members has, as well as the public, that maybe keep it. I mean, follow staff requested $180,000, but keep very close tabs. And that if for some reason it doesn't come through, then staff assures us that they can pull the plug. If for some reason something doesn't come through, but I think they hear very loud and clear that.
So are you saying you want to amend your motion?
Yeah, I want to amend my motion to $180,000.
Okay, well, if you want, I'm fine with making a second to that amendment, but I'm also fine with trying to save the costs.
Now, waiting a month is not a good idea.
Well, waiting a month to proceed is not necessarily a good idea, but encouraging staff to try to.
Yeah, and we've tried to be economical with this. I mean, and we're definitely trying with the Oaks as well because, again, we're cognizant of it's expensive and we don't know if it's going to qualify. But once it does, the clock is really, really quick.
Okay, and if you could follow up as well, just to find out an actual deadline that the current initiative, I want to say purveyors, but the people bringing forth the initiatives actually have to submit their signatures to the Registrar of Voters. I think that would be pretty good information to have just for our planning purposes.
Yeah, the clerk can give you a calendar of the dates.
Right, an actual deadline beyond which, if they get it beyond past that date, it just wouldn't qualify for the ballot. That's the request.
And I think, Councilmember Paul, it applies to all initiatives because we have two 9212s that are out there. So it applies to the second one and third one.
You mean the deadline?
I mean, it'll be in the same. We're in the same boat.
Right.
Shopping centers in the same boat as the Valco Town
Right.
Center.
I just want to know what the date is. Actually, I mean, is it in August? Is it in July? When would they actually need to get the signatures into the Registrar of Voters in order to have a chance to make the November ballot?
Staff can provide that information.
Right. And it does depend.
I would
a little bit
imagine
on-
the applicant
yeah.
probably knows this off the top of their head.
Yeah, it does depend a little bit on how fast the registrar can count the signatures. Typically, it takes them a couple weeks, but again,
Ray.
they have a full month to do it.
Okay. Well,
Right.
just if you could find out what they're. Thanks.
Well, my concern about waiting is, if we do want a good quality analysis, my belief is, and I just want you to confirm this, from the time signatures come back, over which we have no control, and are certified at our first meeting after the registrar does her work, we then have 30 days, right? So at that point, if we have only gotten started on the 9212, it means we don't have very much time at all. Right. And this is an audacious project. It's a $3 billion investment. It's a big thing. The opponents, rightly have concerns about the size, about traffic, and all these things. I just think it's fair to say this is our best shot as a council at creating impartial analysis and doing it either trying to whittle the time down or not spend, an appropriate amount of money, I think does all the residents who are going to have an opportunity to vote on this a disservice. So I would like to see us create a robust and high-quality report and get on with it. I'm not believing that we're not going to see the signatures come back, but when we do, the clock is going to be ticking to complete the report, and if we hold off and wait and delay, I'm afraid that we're not going to have the kind of quality that the public and we would expect. So that's why I would support the amended motion if I understand that to be the one on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give staff hazy directions either from the council. So if they're basically hearing from me, hold off, and they're hearing from you, have at it. I mean, can we go ahead and try to quantify something that we would find acceptable in terms of a monetary value that they could spend before the signatures get confirmed? Because, I would prefer that it be certainly less than half. But if you think that, it's more necessary to get a good report in, I mean, I understand the position, and I don't think it's necessarily without its merits. But I think what we can do is to give more clear direction to quantify what we would find acceptable in terms of what could be spent prior to the signatures coming back from the Registrar of Voters.
Let's see.
Is there a number that you're around that you feel comfortable at?
I feel like staff is managing a very complex sequence of things here. They have some information from the 9212 that we're going to look at in the next item. They have information from all kinds of sources. They're hiring and having to manage 5 or 6 consultants, as we've heard. I think we can trust them to be prudent with our resources. I think we've been very clear tonight about the fact that we're not very happy about having to spend all this money, but I think trying to, for the council to micromanage this, I don't think is the right idea.
Well, it's not a micromanaging. I mean, it's defining a value point between $0 and $180,000, right? I mean,
rather than a value point, I would suggest that we keep it as a time limit. If and when they do or do not gather the signatures, that would be your cutoff point. And depending on how the contract is signed, we can stop payment exactly at that moment. Can we build that in?
Well, the time limit, because they have 30 days from the time that the Registrar of Voters approves. So how much work can get done in those 30 days, I think is really the question. But I mean, if Councilmember Sinks is not willing to provide a number, I think that it's just very hazy direction, quite frankly. And from what I'm hearing, it's basically you saying, well, you can spend the entirety of the 180,000. I'd rather limit that to, personally, my max would be something like 90, right? Like, don't spend more than half of it, when you have another 30 days. I mean, I'd really feel more comfortable trying to make this more of a tangible.
Consultants are available when they're available. It's a busy time in the valley. I think everything we do that puts constraints on this is not helpful to getting a quality analysis.
Okay, well, the way I hear that is that you don't care if they spend the entirety before the signatures come back. I mean, that's...
Well, it's unlikely we'll be able to do that even if we tried. But I mean, I think what we can certainly do is we can work on the little calendar math and figure out when the date that we would need to see signatures for them to qualify for November. And it certainly, if we don't see it by that date, we would just pull the plug, right? Because at that point, we wouldn't need the urgency to do it at that point.
Well, how much of the work do you think would be done in the last 30 days? Knowing your own staff, knowing how things actually operate around here.
Well, on this last one, I think we had quite a lot of work on the CGIS, initiative. A lot of it was done in the last 30 days.
Would you say it was substantially more than half?
I don't know. I would ask.
I would bet it was more than 80%. Is that pretty fair to say something like that?
Mr. Mayor, is Colleen Winchester, is it okay if I respond? I just want to respond to the council's question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so with respect to the 30 days after the certification of the signatures, you have to remember that that's when the report's due here. So this was our 30th day. So we had to have a report out ahead of time. So it was published last Friday. So that cuts into that 30 days. Then you have to have the draft circulated, make sure everybody's on the same page. That cuts back in. So the draft report, for purposes of being circulated, was probably within 2 weeks after the council certified. So when you're talking about how much time was spent before the certification, it was...
Quite a bit?
Yes.
Okay.
And with respect to the 9212 reports, some of the data has to be front-loaded because they can't start drafting the report until the data is received. So it's difficult to manage, the timing, saying that half needs to be done by the date of the certification of the signatures. With respect to this particular project, we knew, when we had received the package, that they had, by initial count, had enough signatures. But the question was whether or not those were valid. And so that question was pending. So it's easy to say that we have 30 days from the certification of the signatures, but it really...
Well, what's really easy to do is to count hours, and I know as an attorney, you can count hours. So, I mean, in terms of how many hours were spent prior to the certification of signatures, you can compare that to what amount of time was spent in the last 30 days. So, I respect what you're saying, but I know that there is a way to quantify this, and I'm just trying to, instead of detangibilizing this, trying to save, our city a little bit of resources with regard to what's spent. I understand from the staff's perspective, it would be really nice to have, the full cap the entire time. But I think from my perspective, as a duly elected representative of the citizens, we're trying to keep some fiscal responsibility here. So, I mean, if you're telling me that, no, I can't actually save a certain percentage and I actually have to be given carte blanche, beforehand, then okay, I don't believe you, and I'll vote against it. But then I accept that information.
I kind of blame myself because I was trying to save $30,000 for the city.
I wouldn't blame you.
Everything.
The fact is, this is getting more expensive. Really. We were told originally that this is $70,000 or $80,000, and now we're being told that it's $180,000. I mean, what's to stop people from saying to us, "Hey, it's $400,000"? I mean, I feel like we're in a position not in a very good bargaining position here. And I just would like to, inject a little bit of accountability to the ability for us to rein in some of these costs. And I want to come off as bean counting, but I think this is a reasonable request to be making.
I apologize, sir. What I was trying to do was explain the timing for purposes of when the work is being done and when it's being performed.
Sure, but you were doing it in a way that was pretty vague, right? I mean, what I'm saying is that in the last 30 days, you can account for the amount of time that was spent, and that time is directly correlated to what is spent on these reports. So, I'm simply making a request. Is there ability to cap the amount that's spent prior to the signatures being verified?
The council can certainly do that.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean,
okay.
the risk is that you run out of money.
All right. We'll bring back to the council, see if there's a majority of the council want to cap the spending or not, okay? Then let the council decide. You put an undue pressure on the staff. I don't think that's fair. So then let the council decide. This is the council job.
All right.
We want to decide, let's do it.
Well, since I'm bringing forth this issue, I'd like to just suggest that we place a cap of half the amount that we're allocating prior to the signatures being verified. And I think that's already $20,000 more than we were initially given as an estimate.
So you're amending your second?
Well, I'd like, no, just as direction. No, as direction. It's not part of the motion. It's basically, as a council, we're stating, please try to follow this as a basic guideline. And I think
it's
that,
more or less like a friendly amendment.
however you want to put it, that's fine. I mean, we could put it in as a guideline. We could put it in as a friendly amendment.
My only concern is that we want to treat every single initiative fairly. Maybe is CCSGI or the Oak Shopping Center. This is the third one that's Valco.
And this is another reason.
I kind of blame myself because I was trying to save $30,000.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
I just wanted to make sure that each, how I came up with $150,000 is I want to make sure that everyone's treated fairly. As soon as we had an opportunity to do the 9212, staff did a good thing by bringing it before us so that we get ahead of the curve here. I understand your concerns, Councilmember Paul, about all those things that you just mentioned, but I just want to make sure that we give all the tools to the city staff.
Right. So everything you're saying right now militates more towards trying to make this a
level playing field.
Guidance rather than putting it into the motion, because then that could apply to the Oaks initiative that we passed. The fact of the matter is that we could go back and look at the CCSGI analysis and see how much was paid out to the consultants prior to the 30 days being triggered, and how much would be earned or paid out, within this period of 30 days. So, I'm just asking that we try to keep cognizant of those costs and try to make sure that within those 30 days we're doing what we can in order to get a good report. But at the same time,
all right. I would, given the situation is so disputed, can be disputed any time. I would recommend put in as a friendly amendment to see the majority of the council will take it or not.
But then that wouldn't be evenly applied to the Oaks.
Well, then don't do it then, right? So you have to make up your mind which way you want to go.
Well, I would ask for support from my fellow council members.
You give a guidance to this project, and you did not give a guidance to the Oak. Then you're definitely biased. You're not fair.
Well, no, you can provide guidance, but you don't have to, because we can't necessarily put it into a motion that would affect the Oaks motion, because that's not duly noticed.
My question to you: you want to put an amendment or not?
No, I don't want to put an amendment. I think if we have if we have a council request, then we can go ahead and that would appease me, so to speak.
So you accept his change of the amend his motion that will go back to 180,000?
I already accepted that as a second.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So the only thing I would like to add is I don't know how to. I agree with the general idea you have, which is to manage our costs well, and I hope we're doing that with everything. However, what I would do is trust staff to prudently manage the money, and if we get indications that the signatures aren't coming in. Or we get an indication that the signatures are going to be a while coming in, right? And we find out that if we didn't have to rush a consultant job, we could wait 2 weeks and get it for a better price. All this sort of flexibility is what I would expect a professional staff to go manage without specific direction from us, right? And in my work with you on the audit committee or looking at other contracts that we've had, I think our staff knows how to do that. So what I'd really like to do is have them just be prudent and do their best to maximize the value of the report we get while minimizing costs. But other than that, I think, I'd like to give them discretion to manage this appropriately.
Okay. Savita?
That's all.
I've been saying it from the beginning. I would like it written into the contract that we can pull the plug at any time.
Yeah, that's pretty standard language, actually.
And one of the things would be subject to them getting the signatures. I am uncomfortable about saying whether we pay 50% now or 75%. That I'm very uncomfortable because I can see that you're trying to be frugal. I'm very frugal by nature, and I wouldn't approve LRGs at any time. So I would definitely like the staff to be prudent, look at the previous reports that we have gathered since. We already have one. Look at the charts that we already have and make your best judgment. That would be my sincere request.
Okay. I haven't speak on this item yet. I'm concerned about the price too. But given the size of the project, if we really want to have a quality report, we need to do it, give it a step to do it properly. So I'm for it. But I do have a couple questions from the audience. Look, Nan asked a very good question. If the Valco initiative pass, and the developers say, I cannot do it, I'm not going to do it. So now it's the people's right, people's vote. Do we have the right, council have the right to overturn and say, we find some other developer and do it? Or it has to go back to the vote to let people decide it? Or the rooftop will be there forever unless someone come in and build it? This is a very, very, very valid question.
Yeah, that'll be one of the questions we'd answer.
Okay. That will be a 9212 report. Okay. Second question is Penny Whitaker. She said that did the city give the residents' email address to Valco? Did we?
No.
No? Okay. So Penny, you have to find out from Valco. Okay. The other question from Steve Kelly, very good question. Where are we going to put the housing? If 389 units is gone, where are those units will be?
We can do, that'll be another question that we'll go over in the 9212.
I mean, give us 380 units denied, and the Oak Shopping Center, 200-some units denied. Are we going to meet housing element? So that's a good question.
Plan B.
Okay. All right, let's vote on it. I'm done. Bring it up.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Next item number 2. Election Code, Section 9212 report relating to proposed Cupertino Citizen Sensible Growth Initiative entitled Initiative Amending Cupertino's General Plan to Limit the Redevelopment of the Valco Shopping District, Limit Building Heights and Lot Coverage in areas throughout the city, Establish new setbacks and building plans on a major thoroughfare and require voter approval for any change to this provision. CCSGI initiative. Determination whether to adopt the CCSGI initiative or place measure on the ballot and determination regarding ballot argument and impartial analysis. Staff report. Before the staff report, since Phyllis Dickinson requests that allow them to group together, I would like to see what the council's opinion. You want to do it after staff report? Okay.
Well, I guess, are they speaking for the entire group, or
right?
How does that work?
So if we group them together, that means they speak for the entire group, and the group. Because they feel 3 minutes is not enough, if they need 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
So using Cupertino best practices that we give 10 minutes, since CCSGI is the applicant, we give them 10 minutes. Usually their attorney does it or whoever their designee is. It's 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
10 minutes?
Yes.
I would ask that they consolidate at least 4 speaker cards for a 10-minute presentation.
Unless they have their attorney there that they want to speak for 10 minutes. Unless they have an attorney here that wants to speak.
Well, no. I mean, what I'm saying is that there should be at least 4 speaker cards in order to consolidate, in order to have a 10-minute presentation. 4 times 3 is 12. You save 2 minutes, potentially. See what I'm saying?
I'm not worried about that. I mean, item number 1, we have 20 speakers
well, you
already.
You don't want like 9 10-minute presentations, right? Based upon 18 people.
Right. So, and then there was that the people who spoke for those 10 minutes cannot come back and speak again.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Okay. That's okay with everybody?
I'm okay with that.
You okay? All right.
No, I think it's really your discretion to.
Well, I know, but I don't want to override you guys. This council meeting is everybody's meeting, not me. I mean, I'm just one of the 5. All right. So during the staff report, I would prefer not to interrupt, ask any question. Let the staff finish their report, then we'll ask a question at the end. Would that be okay with everybody?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead, staff.
Mr. Baer, City Council, Grace Schmidt, City Clerk, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the staff report.
Okay.
And then your actions and choices for this evening, and then pass it over to staff to go over the 9212 report.
Okay.
So the proposed Cupertino Citizens Sensible Growth Initiative was certified at the March 1st City Council meeting to qualify for the November 8 general municipal election. Council had directed staff to prepare a report on the impact of the initiatives as authorized by the Elections Code and to present the report by March 31st, which is the last day to submit the report under the Elections Code. Per the Elections Code, Council must take one of 2 actions. One is to adopt the initiative without alteration tonight or within 10 days, or order the initiative to be placed on the ballot for the November 8 general election. Tonight, Council must also decide whether to direct the City Clerk to transmit the initiative to the City Attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. Also authorize some or all Council members to submit ballot arguments against the initiative and/or to provide for rebuttal arguments for and against the initiative. So those are your actions and choices for this evening, and
Okay.
I will pass this over to other staff, unless you have any questions.
We'll find out what the council decide. Any staff report?
So for purposes of presentation of the 9212 report, we do have our 2 consultants. We have Pearl Perlmutter, who is an attorney specializing in land use and elections law, as well as Libby Seifel. She's with Seifel, I had it right the first time. Seifel Consulting. She is the economist that had prepared the 9212 report. So with that, I'll turn it over to them.
All right. Go ahead.
Open presentation.
Yeah, Grace, do you have the PowerPoint?
Yeah, just somebody. Can we advance it here? Can we advance it here, or should we tell you when we want to advance you up? Okay, thank you. So let me start. If you could start with the first slide, please. Again, I'm Libby Seifel, and I'm going to just give a quick overview of the presentation. We're going to first give an overview of the initiative, just a summary of the initiative, and Pearl is going to provide that. We're then going to talk about the approach to the 9212 analysis and how it meets the 9212 requirements that are outlined in the law, and also addresses the City Council direction. And then we're going to do a summary of findings. I want to acknowledge that in the audience here, we have Christy from David J. Powers and Associates, the environmental consultants that work closely with us on this, and David Greensfelder of Greensfelder Commercial Real Estate, who I think you are familiar with because he did the retail strategy work as part of the general plan. He was also retained to do this work with me. And with that, I'll turn it over to Pearl.
Thanks, Libby. And next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, it's Pearl Mutter from Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger, your outside counsel on elections, law, and land use matters. I'm going to just talk about a couple of the key provisions that are talked about at length in the 92 report to set up the rest of Libby's discussion. The first is one of the key policies in the initiative is this policy LU-3.0 on the community forum. And next slide, please. I want to talk about just two sentences in here that have gotten a lot of attention just in the responses since the report came out. One is this sentence here that says, outside of the special areas shown in figure LU-1 of your general plan, the building heights may not exceed 45 feet. And so the next slide here, this is just your community forum diagram from your general plan. It's on page, I believe it's actually page 6 of the initiative. In color, you see the special areas. And so the language says outside of these special areas, and next slide, Colleen. This just shows, again, the special areas are in color here. Those are about a quarter of the city along your major retail corridors. Outside of those special areas is the rest of the city, the neighborhoods, right here. So basically the general plan divides the city into two categories, special areas and neighborhoods. Outside of the special areas, the initiative increases the height to 45 feet. Right now, in the general plan, the height limit in the neighborhoods, the maximum height limit is 30 feet. That's in your general plan, and it's in your zoning code, too. So that's one of the changes. Next slide, Colleen. The second thing I want to point out is in this same policy is that if the initiative is adopted, the council will not have the ability to, without voter approval, to allow additional height beyond the height limits I just mentioned, or density, or modifying the other building standards set here. So in initiative parlance, and I write a lot of initiatives for community groups and for cities, those provisions will be locked into place and can only be changed by the voters rather than under the current law in your general plan and state law, you can change anything in the general plan you want through amendments up to 4 times per year. So that's one set of changes. The other thing I wanted to talk about is just the major impacts on the Valco Shopping District special area, which is a big focus of the initiative. What I have here is the language in your current adopted general plan, adopted back in 2014 with some minor amendments in 2015, which envisions the complete redevelopment of the Valco shopping mall to revitalize it into the vibrant town center. And then next slide. The initiative instead deletes the bulk of that language and then replaces a provision, your goal, the city's goal for Valco under the initiative, if it's adopted, would be to preserve and enhance the Valco shopping district, the existing shopping mall, as set forth here. And then just one final slide to sort of summarize the major changes to land use provisions in your general plan of Valco under the initiative are the ones I have here. It eliminates 2 million square feet of office space currently allocated to Valco, and that's eliminated entirely from your general plan, so that wouldn't be put anywhere else. It also eliminates the 389 residential units currently allocated there. Approximately 60% of those are reallocated elsewhere. And then it requires 1.2 million square feet of commercial use, which is basically what's there right now. It's a little over 1.2 million to be maintained as a minimum, but it also effectively establishes that as the maximum too. So that's kind of set in stone. And then it imposes for Valco a 45-foot maximum building height limit. Right now, the general plan says the heights for Valco will be determined by a specific plan that would come before the council. There's some existing buildings right there now that are over 45 feet, but if the initiative is adopted for any new buildings, this would be the maximum. And with that, I'll turn it back to Libby.
Great. Thank you very much. So in summary, what is going to occur with the initiative, just building on what Pearl said, is that there will be 146 less residential units citywide. So 243 of the 389 are able to be reallocated to other areas, resulting in a net loss of 146 units. And there is a loss of 2 million square feet of office space. And there is no change in hotel, and there is no change in the amount of commercial that is allowed. Next slide, please. So specifically, again, building on what Pearl said, is that there are also specific changes within the special areas, those 9 special areas that are designated in the general plan. What he just went over was the Valco Shopping District implications, but in addition, the reallocation of the housing units was done to the heart of the city, 93 units there, and to North Valco, 150 units there. And again, you can see the 2 million square feet loss. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we spent a lot of time working on, and actually a lot of time before, in the process before the signatures were actually gathered, was trying to think about how best to approach this analysis. And what we determined was that the best way to look at this was really both without the initiative, under the adopted general plan, and then obviously with the initiative as it's passed. But what we recognized is there were kind of 2 conditions under each that we thought were important to evaluate. So first is, under the adopted general plan, there would be the build out of the adopted general plan. It would allow the kind of proposal that Sand Hill is proposing to move forward, but it wouldn't have the specifics of what Sand Hill had proposed last fall before the planning process started. So we actually analyzed both options. What would it be just under the general plan generally, and then what would it be with Sand Hill's proposal? Then with the initiative, what we looked at is the clear intent of the initiative is to preserve and enhance the mall. And the proponents of the initiative definitely want to see the build out of that mall as a successful mall and that it would be successfully occupied. At the same time, we have an existing condition that has only worsened by the loss of the 3 anchors, and it's very possible that the mall could stay in its largely vacant state, which is basically 26% occupancy at this point and actually declining. So those are the 4 scenarios that we analyzed within the report. If you go to the next slide, just to summarize, what we did is we articulated those numerically in terms of square feet at build out. So everything that we're doing is kind of as the maximum build out that was allowable under the general plan. And we looked at this from all different aspects of the 9212 sections that look at the various potential effects or impacts of the initiative. So specifically going on to the next slide, what we did is we looked at this from the standpoint of what the analysis needs to be with respect to the various sections of 9212. So the first section within the chapter on analysis is on land use and housing. It looks at the effect on the internal consistency of the city's general and specific plans, including the housing element, which was a key focus of the analysis. And it also looks specifically at the effect on the use of land, the impact on the availability and location of housing, and the ability of the city to meet its regional and local housing needs. We then looked at the development patterns, which includes what impacts it would have on agricultural lands, vacant lands, and developed areas that are designated for revitalization, among them Valco, which has clearly been designated for revitalization by the city. We looked at the effects on economic development, which is the impact on the community's ability to attract and retain business. If you go to the next slide. Infrastructure, which actually has a lot of mirror and a lot of what's typically looked in an environmental review process. So we looked at the effect on transportation, on schools, parks, and open space, other public services and utility infrastructure. We were very much assisted and supported by David J. Powers Associates on this. And specifically, what we looked at was what was actually analyzed within the general plan EIR. So we took that as the core document that we used for this analysis. We also looked, because Section 9212 specifically looks at what would the impact be on funding. So we analyzed that from the standpoint of transportation, schools, parks, and open space. We also added an analysis on housing mitigation, just so that you could see the impact on the housing mitigation fees potentially. And then last but certainly not least, we looked at the fiscal implications. And each of the prior sections kind of build on one another, so our hope is that as you go through the report, you can understand, what the implications are throughout. So in summary, which we've already gone over, is it will reduce the amount of housing by 146 units, and it will reduce the office space by 2 million square feet. It will literally prevent the revitalization of Valco as a new pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use town center, which, as I will explain in a few minutes, has the greatest likelihood of success given today's competitive retail environment. It will lock into place new development and building standards for maximum building height, density, maximum lot coverage, building plane, and minimum setbacks. So again, reduces city council flexibility in the future, and it will increase maximum heights in the city's residential neighborhoods from 30 to 45 feet. Next slide, please. And as part of this, it would create some potential, but likely not insurmountable, inconsistencies between the city's general plan, zoning ordinance, specific plans, and housing element. And I would like to mention that within one of the appendices within the report is a very detailed legal analysis of all of these implications. It will reduce the total number of units that can be constructed in the city, and it would specifically prohibit housing in Valco. And it would modify the city's housing element in very specific ways, as articulated in the report, which will reduce the city's flexibility where housing can be located and how the city meets its affordable housing needs. So in summary, it removes a lot of the flexibility that the city has to respond to changing economic and community needs as time moves on. Next slide, please. Specifically, because so much of the initiative requires that many of the decisions could only be made by the voters, it has implications economically on the city as well, because it would require voter approval for any further changes to the development allocations for Valco and to other policies and provisions enacted by the initiative. So in other words, you would have to have another vote, you would have to have another 9212 report and go through this process again. The city would be required to pay for the cost of any election related to the initiative. The estimated costs for holding an election depend on whether the city can do a separate standalone election where the voters basically are voting on this, or whether it's a consolidated election like in November where we're voting for the president as well. The standalone election costs range about $431,000. The consolidated election costs are closer to $106,000. However, these costs are estimates, and they do not include any of the city's time related to the costs and any direct expenses that the city might also incur. And then the initiative does allow changes by the City Council without voter approval to the development allocations for other areas of the city or for any general plan provisions not enacted or amended by the initiative. So the initiative just restricts certain pieces of the general plan policies and regulations. So what this does is, in terms of its effect on development patterns, is it primarily affects the future development of Valco. As we've said, it could increase maximum building height in the neighborhoods from 30 to 45 feet, which could be which represents 75% of the city. And it would not have any direct impact on agricultural uses because the city has minimal land in agriculture and no changes were specifically proposed that would affect agricultural land. The next slide. In terms of the effects on economic development, I'm going to spend some time on these because these are really among the major effects. Again, it would eliminate the office space entirely, which would be counter to the city's goals of attracting and retaining businesses as articulated in your general plan and as is also being talked about right now in your economic development strategy that's underway. It would maintain the existing 1.2 million square feet as both a minimum and a maximum. This would reduce flexibility to adapt to changing market conditions, which puts a significant constraint on the mall in the future. It would also specifically, if we go to the next slide, please. It would also specifically do something that is counter to what David Greensfelder has articulated within his analysis that's in the report, which is that it would, because it would reduce this flexibility and because of how competitive retail is right now, as I think one of the speakers said earlier, that it would really potentially affect the long-term success of Valco and the entire Valco shopping district area. So first, one of the slides earlier, which I will pull up again, will show that Valco has been declining for many years. This has been both the result of consumer trends and its position in a very competitive retail trade area because it's in the middle of basically Stanford Shopping Center and Valley Fair Shopping Center. And what's been happening these days, and we have lots of literature on this, is that these high-performing regional malls are really creating a divide with the less-performing regional malls. And what's been happening is a lot of these Class C malls, which is what Valco is. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is because of its history, it's how old it is, and the lack of updating that has occurred, its occupancy level, and the level of sales. And many department stores and big box retailers have consolidated, which means there is a lot more demand for those department stores to relocate. And Macy's, Sears, and JCPenney, who are the three anchors at Valco, have all been experiencing closures and consolidation efforts nationwide. So the current retail trends point to Valley Fair, Santana Row, and Stanford Shopping Center to dominate the regional retail market. And in order to counteract this, as is articulated very much in this report, retail has to constantly reinvent itself to stay fresh, to enable people to have the experience and the dynamism that they want from a retail establishment. And the ability of having residential and office space actually adds to the vitality because there are just more people on the street and there is more vitality by the fact that there are employees there during the day and residents there 24/7. And it also requires these days an owner or developer with very deep expertise in retail and deep financial capacity to execute this kind of repositioning strategy at Valco because literally much of the physical framework of the mall is outdated and it needs to be replaced. So this just, and I know this was articulated earlier, this shows basically that despite the fact that the Stanford Shopping Center and the Valley Fair are only within 20% higher in terms of square feet, their sales are 5 and 6 times what the sales have been at Valco on a 2015 adjusted basis. So the Valco sales have been running around $100 a square foot. If you go to the next slide. What Greensfelder did is he looked specifically at what was the likelihood of retail success of these 4 scenarios that I outlined earlier that we looked at. And in conclusion, basically the general plan as it's adopted now has the greatest likelihood of success because it will enable a dynamic environment to be created at Valco, and it will allow for a mix of uses and a pedestrian-friendly area, which is what is the trend nationwide for malls. The general plan with initiative, assuming Valco as an enhanced mall or assuming Valco with 2016 occupancy, from the standpoint of the retail consultant, these scenarios are not really feasible options from a market or development perspective. Something substantially new and different has to be created like what was envisioned in the general plan, and it is very likely that Valco will continue to deteriorate from its current condition. Which is about 314,000 square feet retail occupied. To the next slide. So in summary on the infrastructure and infrastructure funding impacts, because there are less houses and because there is less square feet of office, there will be less infrastructure needs and less impacts from future development due to that reduced level of build out. But at the same time, the initiative removes a financial incentive for the developer or the property owner to voluntarily offer to enter into an agreement. And I know there was a lot of discussion about the need for an agreement to make sure there's locked-in promises. So that incentive would be removed. And some of the community benefits that were offered by Sand Hill may not be realized, including the 700-student elementary school, the high school, the 2 town squares, and the 30-acre green roof. And so, as is shown in the report, it reduces infrastructure funding, but it also reduces infrastructure impacts. And there is a significant loss in housing funding. That's the major loss. From a fiscal standpoint, this is something I know you are all aware as city council members, but I want to make sure the public is aware that the city of Cupertino is what we call a low property tax rate city in the state of California. What that means is that as compared to typical cities, which typically get 10 to 15 cents of every dollar of property taxes, the city of Cupertino gets less than 6 cents on every every dollar of property tax that's received. As a result of that, it means the city is much more dependent on sales tax as a result of that, because it does not get as big of a share of the property tax. The city's sales tax revenues come in two forms. They come from retail sales and they come from B2B sales. And the B2B sales, or business-to-business sales, get generated primarily by office space within the city of Cupertino. The retail sales get generated by like the Valco shopping center and the other shopping areas. If you could go to the next slide. So specifically what's happened, since the focus is on Valco, what's happened with retail sales in the city of Cupertino is that they have been declining, and a large piece of that decline has actually been Valco, and a large part of that decline actually did start to occur prior to the current owner taking possession of the mall. And specifically, one of the challenges has been, as you can see here, where the department stores are in all other retail. The department store sales amongst all the other retail have actually declined over time, as you can see on this graph. What you also can see is that the retail in the rest of the city has started to pick up and be a bigger share. So the retail at other locations. So go to the next slide. So what we did for our fiscal analysis, which is contained in the appendix tables and summarized here, is that we looked at what were the retail sales that are going on at Valco now. We used that as a proxy to understand how much potential retail sales there could be. We looked at what a successful mall's retail sales would look like, what success would look like. And we looked at generally how much was the rest of the retail within the city, how much was that generating. And we used that information to do our estimate for retail space under these four scenarios. We also specifically, in collaboration very closely with city staff, we looked at the B2B transactions that would likely occur as the result of 2 million square feet of office space, and we articulated those. We looked at the property tax generation, so as you have higher property values that occur with new development, we looked and we compared what the property tax benefits would be from the potential build-out of the general plan in comparison without the initiative and with the initiative. And then, as you can see, TOT, or transient occupancy tax, doesn't change because under build-out, the hotel rooms are the same. So you could go to the next slide. So in summary, what the fiscal impacts would be and the implications of the city are is that the fiscal revenues from the office space would likely exceed the city service costs, because typically the kinds of typical fiscal revenues that get generated by businesses that occupy new office space in Cupertino represent a big share of the general fund. Retail under the adopted general plan is likely to be more successful and generate a higher level of taxable retail sales per square foot, which would result in a higher ratio of fiscal revenues compared to fiscal costs as compared to with the initiative, which again limits what can occur at Valco. The 146 unit difference in housing is not likely to affect your fiscal picture very much because it just changes the amount of housing by a very small amount. And the city would need to pay for the continued cost of potential standalone or consolidated elections, which would range from around $106,000 to $431,000. And last but not least, it would most probably involve a lot more attorney fees and outside counsel costs to interpret and potentially implement this proposed initiative given its complexity. So in summary, to the next slide, I'm not going to read these impacts, but the executive summary of the 9212 report lays out these bullet points that I've pretty much articulated in my presentation. And we also have a graphic, a matrix graphic, that just illustrates what the potential effects of the initiative might be. There's obviously a lot of technical analysis. I appreciate you bearing with me because I went through a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby. Any question from the council?
Yeah, this is a question as to both of you. How much would you say you spent in time-wise on this in the last 30 days as opposed to before the last 30 days?
Do you mean how many nights were we up till midnight?
I mean, just a rough percentage.
I'm going to respond to that. I mean, of the total,
your question.
these 9212 reports are extremely difficult to do in a time frame, and the work was basically on the draft was complete about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And there were a number of you've got a high-quality consultant team with other work to do, so the work got done because people were staying up till 1 and 2 in the morning, working weekends, and that's going back.
Most of the work was done after the signatures were verified?
No, not at all. I would say at least half, if not more, was done before.
Okay, substantive question. So neighborhood heights issue. I'm on page 26 of the 9212 report. And I appreciate it. I think you did a good job with examining the nuances, and I'd like to ask you about some of those nuances, because I think this is going to be a major issue when people are evaluating this. As you correctly noted at the outset of your presentation, so in layman's terms, and correct me if I'm mischaracterizing this, I believe what you're saying is that it looks like on the face of the language, you're increasing special areas height outside of special areas to 45 feet. However, council does have the discretion, and this is where nuance comes in, right? Around the 25, bottom of page 25, top of page 26 of the report, we do have the discretion to go ahead and say, look, we're not going to increase the heights as already stated in other parts of our code and ordinance if it's already there. However, there are a couple of exceptions to our ability to do this. And you named P-res zoning as well as an R3 zone, multifamily housing. However, and I think there's this additional layer on top of that. However, if we decided to utilize that discretion, it looks like we would be adding potential legal liability upon ourselves in case a resident that did have a home in one of these other neighborhoods wanted to go ahead and challenge our discretion based upon saying that we do have this discretion to keep it at 30 feet as opposed to what it looks like the face of this initiative is saying. Are those all accurate statements according to what your analysis is telling us?
It's highly nuanced, but essentially yes.
Okay. So do you have an idea of if we were to utilize our discretion and keep those neighborhood heights down, approximately how much of our neighborhoods would be affected with respect to those areas that we cannot go beneath 45 feet for the reasons that you state in the 9212 report?
So you're talking about for the P-res?
Yes.
And I would say for the
how much of our city
we
is
tried to get a handle on that before the deadline, and we just were not able to do it in the time.
Okay.
I don't know if staff has been able to progress on that to identify, quantify.
Do you have a sense of, is it more than half? Is it a pretty, is it a majority? Is it a very insignificant amount? I mean, any kind of qualitative, vague description?
I'm looking at staff simply because we didn't look in detail at your zoning code. We looked at the initiative and the general plan.
Okay. So we have some discretion to hold these heights. Along with that discretion comes a little bit of legal liability, apparently, and you're not really sure about how much of the city that would affect, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, with a more detailed analysis, it might be possible to identify those exact.
Oh, sure, I'm sure it's possible, and I would request that we find out, just tangibly speaking, how much land mass, percentage-wise, we're talking about. Maybe even talk about how many lots would be affected by that. And the question is, if we utilize the discretion that we have under this report's analysis, over how many neighborhoods or percentage land mass of Cupertino or lots would we not have the discretion to reduce those heights from 45 feet to 30 feet? Okay. So I guess to simplify the question, P-res and multifamily, how much of that is Cupertino? That's it.
All right.
I wanted to follow up on what Councilmember Paul said. So when you say P-res, are you meaning R1 and R3 or any other areas that I'm missing? And that's more of a staff question for our Director of Community Development. Or anyone?
No, the P-res is a different zoning, planned residential. It's P, which is planned development, and then the res, R-E-S. It's a separate zoning. R1, R3 are zoning districts amongst themselves. So it's something separate.
Okay, because for some reason I read somewhere in the 9212, and probably I don't remember what page it was that I thought in R1 that they can also go up to 45 feet or not?
I think that's the nuanced discussion that Councilmember Paul was talking
So
about.
this is what they're saying. In the 9212 report, it says that we as a council would have discretion within certain areas to go ahead and say we're not expanding it above 30 feet. Apparently R1...
R1 is 28 feet right now.
Right, or 28 feet, as the case may be. But there are some areas, is what this report says, that we would not have that discretion because because the rest of our ordinance and code does not speak to anything that would allow us to, as it exists right now, say it is below 45 feet. See?
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused because I thought when you say P-res is a very open-ended question versus R1, R3, or R whatever is more specific. So when you say P-res, it's just like an open-ended book.
Yeah, I don't think it's open-ended book. R1 and R3 are residential zoning districts. In addition, you have a planned development district, which is sort of an overlay.
Understood.
It's just called PD. You call it P, and P-res is a subset. It doesn't include R1, R3. It's just there are areas that are specifically zoned P-res.
Okay. So this does not apply to R1.
So P-res, we would have no discretion under your analysis to make it below 45 feet. All these other neighborhood areas, you think we would have discretion, but it may become a litigatable issue in the future.
Yeah, and if I could speak to that and for a moment. I mean, as you all know...
I want to go back to my question that does this apply to R1 or not?
It does not apply to R1. What I just said does not apply to R1.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then another question I want to ask is page 29 from the business-to-business transaction. I understand the 4 different categories, but on the last 2 categories with the initiative, business goes down to $220,000 versus without initiative, it goes to $1,020,000. So it depends on who you lease it to, and it refers to Appendix 7, Table 3, which I read it. So you're assuming that if it was that you're basing it based on analysis, if it was leased to a certain large company in town.
No, we specifically omitted the largest company in town from the analysis, and we looked at only B2B that was generated by other businesses within the town, and we specifically looked at space that was not leased by Apple. So is that what so just to clarify,
the table said something else. The table, I thought, was quoting from Apple's square footage, or maybe I read it wrong.
So we used, there's a fiscal impact study that Apple did. So, and I apologize if we misstated it in the footnote, but.
Yeah, because your footnote says, footnote number B, see Appendix 7, table number 3. On page 29 of your presentation. I just want to get clarification.
Yes.
Yeah.
PowerPoint.
I'm using the PowerPoint number 29, and it says, please go to Appendix 7, table number 3. And I was looking at it, and it says, assumes mid-range development, Section $50, blah, blah, blah.
So the footnote, I don't know, footnote A is based on recently reported B2B sales for businesses exclusive of Apple, most likely to occupy office space, and the current leasable office square footage, excuse me for that typo, excluding Apple in Cupertino. So basically we netted out so we only looked at the B2B sales tax revenues from all businesses, not Apple.
Okay.
And we only looked at square footage of all that we could tell that was from city staff. We got some input, which is not Apple.
Okay.
So we looked at that, and the conclusion was, because actually Apple generates a lot more per square foot than the rest of the businesses do.
So if it wasn't that company, then what other company would generate the $1 million?
Oh, well, you have an amazing array of companies within your city that generate a lot of B2B sales. Now, some of those B2B sales may be companies that are related to Apple, meaning they're vendors that sell Apple-related products, but these are sales that are generated by other businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Ron?
Yeah. So I read correctly that the analysis would have us have zoning conform within 12 months of the initiative passing.
I think it was 6 months.
6 months, okay. But we would be legally obliged to do that, is that correct?
That's what the initiative says, right? It directs that you do that.
Is there any discretion in that?
There,
of the sort Darcy was talking about.
Yeah, well, there is in two sense. I mean, as you know, zoning, vertical consistency, making the zoning consistent with the general plan. There's an inherent discretion in there. Is it, if reasonable minds could differ whether it's consistent, of course, it's going to defer to the city council. The second question is that enforceable? I don't know if that's what you're getting at, Councilmember Sinks, but
well, right. If somebody's determined to build at 45 or whatever it is,
right. Right. So that's one of the things that we mentioned in the report is if someone, we gave you our best view of what this language means, and we think outside of the areas where we said you'd be required to allow heights to increase to 45 feet, we think you have the discretion. Someone could dispute that in a number of ways. They could, but one of the possibilities they would come in for a project and say, look, your general plan says I can go up to 45 feet. The initiative says you need to conform your zoning to what your general plan as amended by this initiative says, you need to allow me to go up to 45 feet. Someone could bring a lawsuit if you denied them that ability, or they could claim you need to, after 6 months, you need to amend your zoning to make that clear.
So I guess we could solve our housing crisis in Silicon Valley
would we have the discretion to amend our zoning under this initiative if it were to pass?
What the initiative says is within 6 months of when it passes, you need to amend your zoning and all of your other laws.
So it basically directs us to do so.
Okay. So, another question is, I was trying to understand if the initiative passes and 389 units are not placed at Valco. I thought we had, when we did our housing element, we had a Plan B that allocated 100% of the units to other locations. So can somebody explain to me why this slide deck shows only 60%?
Oh, do you want to? I can take that. So what you had a scenario B for your housing element, which said if the housing doesn't go to Valco, you have a plan for putting all affordable housing
within a
somewhere
certain
else.
time, we're going to go.
Right. The initiative amends your housing allocations in a number of ways, but of those 389 that were going to go at Valco, it only transfers 60% of those elsewhere. But your scenario B for...
So what happens to the 40%?
That just is no longer part of your general plan. That's gone.
It's gone.
But your scenario B, as you adopted, all of that housing could get built under the initiative. They've gone through a number of steps to say, look, all of that amount will get built, and you have an excess... you have excess housing capacity over your RENA allocations, your regional housing needs assessment allocations. So you have a couple hundred over that.
So again, what's the 60%? I'm not grasping.
So it's in the initiative.
Let me answer. Okay, let me answer. I read it. Okay. 60% is original allocate to Valco 389 units.
Right.
The initiative only spell out 60% will be reallocated to other area. The other 40% is gone. They just cut it off. Okay, and then out of those 60%, they reallocated to, for example, they added Hampton 750 unit. We approved a 600 unit.
Yes.
Okay, so Hampton had got, now according to this initiative, they will get 750 units. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, but then Hampton, based on what I know, they already submit their plan based on 600 units, so they're now going to go for 750 units. So now we really will have a housing element crisis here, and because if this initiative passed, because that will be a couple hundred units will be lost.
I'm interested. I wouldn't call it a crisis. I mean, I think the whole point of having a pad was
crisis because I mean.
Okay, but I'm asking a question right now.
Okay,
so.
sure.
Thank you. So we would lose some, presumably, just as a result of conforming, and we would have to make. We might have to do something. Do we think we'd have to go through another process with the state on our housing element to make changes, or do we think?
Yes.
We would have to go through some subsequent process to work out something with them. Okay. But I mean, this is not, I mean, it's a number, yeah, but it's not a huge number. But I was just trying to understand where this was coming from. Okay, so it's the initiative itself that's saying 389, and the rest of the changes that the initiative would bring would cause only 60% of it to be reallocated.
Of that
That's another
389.
forcing function
Yeah.
that would override the decision we took on our Plan B.
That's correct, but I would add a footnote to that. For the changes that the initiative made to your housing allocations, it left the council free to change those more without voter approval.
You mean move them around, or?
No, you can change the housing. You can increase them. You can move them around through your normal general.
So we have
process.
we have discretion to go work out something with the state.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We can play around. We can, like a previous city council, continue to say that we're going to build here, but there's no intention to build. Okay, they reallocated some of the unit to a Glenbrook, which have no intention to build. So that's why I'm saying we might have a crisis coming up because Oak Shopping Center, 200-some units is gone. Okay, so if that's the case, we might face a severe penalty from the state. So that's what the issue. But that's fine.
I mean,
okay, you have a question? Go ahead.
The Oaks. The Oaks has every right to build a conforming project. They came in with a non-conforming project. We voted it down 4-1. So, they haven't lost their discretion to come back with a plan that is fully conforming.
They have no plan. They have initiative. Okay, just be understandable.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, Gilbert.
Not really, but.
No further questions. No further questions?
Yeah.
Sabita, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please bring up slide 20? Is there a possibility to do that? You say allow changes by City Council without voter approval to the development allocations for other areas of the city for any general plan provisions not enacted or amended by the initiative, which means there are some which will require voter approval?
Yes. Changes to Valco would require voter approval.
Can you give us any examples of minor changes not Valco related that might require?
Oh, sure. So any increase in height or density, what this says is you can change your allocations. Your key land use table has your allocations for all different areas of the city. Aside from for Valco, you can change those through the normal general plan amendment process. Those are allocations, but you can't change things like density or height limits or lot coverage or setbacks or building planes. Those are all fixed.
If I could ask staff to give me an example of something we've done in the past that might require voter approval that the council has done? Is there an example
in the
of
past
that we, as a council, authorized, which would now require voter approval?
Okay. One example of it would be, let's take the issue of setbacks. I wasn't here at the time, but I know for a fact that the Pete's and Panera's retail project, for example, did get a setback exception in heart of the city. That would not be possible anymore because it would require voter approval.
Yeah, okay, that's what I want.
It would require voter approval to change that setback. That's an example. And another example is, I don't know, for example, if you...
A-loft?
No, it was conforming.
The A-loft probably, I have to look at it, but it might have gone
another one
through
would be
some
the
kind of
retail corner at the corner of next to Target, between Panera and Target. That one will go to voters.
No, the Sageway did not require an exception.
I was looking at something more residential because I was part of one discussion which we went on for a long time. It was the apartments on Foothill Boulevard.
Right.
Would something residential...
The apartments on Foothill Boulevard were built according to the code.
Okay.
I don't think those would be affected.
So from what everyone is saying, you're saying we may not have any questions like this if it is residential. It may come up if it's retail.
Well, and again, we haven't looked at all the details, but from Hamptons and Marina are right now housing element sites, and they're going through review. And a new project that would come in after the initiative would be limited in terms of lot coverage. So these are some new things that would be added that we have not looked at in the past, for example.
And would that be the developers who would initiate the initiative?
Well, if the initiative passes, then all projects that come to the city after the initiative would have to comply with all of those requirements, the setbacks that are part of the initiative, the general plan densities can't be increased, the heights can't be increased. Those are examples. And in the past, we've had heart of the city exceptions to setbacks. Islands Restaurant, I think, had a little bit of a setback exception at one point. Those won't be possible anymore. And I guess it should be okay for the housing element, but in order to implement the housing element, the council increased residential densities on the Oaks and the Hamptons projects, as well as the Marina project, and also increased heights at the Hamptons.
So instances like that will not...
Those would be more questionable,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. And we'd have to go through some analysis to see if if they will need voter approval in the future.
Okay. And then there was some discussion on assuming Valco with 2016 occupancy, enhanced occupancy. In your traffic study, can you compare it with what Valley Fair currently has? What is their traffic like? And if we had a successful mall, will our traffic be similar to that? Will it be less than that? Will it be similar to Valco with Valco's initiative? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Anybody can answer that?
Hi, good evening, Mayor Chang, council members. My name is Christy Weiss. I'm with David J. Powers and Associates, and we assisted the city in doing the environmental analysis portion of the 9212 report. So your question is, how would the traffic be compared to Valley Fair if Valco remained as it is currently and if it was enhanced?
No, if it was a successful mall.
Right, okay, so...
Which is what our residents want. They want a successful mall.
Right, we didn't do a quantitative analysis of the traffic given the time frame for the 9212 report. We looked at, what would be required. So if Valco were reoccupied and renovated and it was successful like Valley Fair, there would be there's no mechanism in place for traffic mitigations to be required of that type of occupancy. So that infrastructure is already in place right now to support the mall if it was successfully occupied. So we didn't do any quantitative analysis.
Okay, ballpark, how many cars trips does Valley Fair get on a peak season? Would we be 50% of that, 75% of that?
I don't know if were you saying that Valley Fair was 20% more square footage than Valco?
Yeah, so let's see, it's about a couple 100,000 square feet more, about 100.
I mean, so if you think proportionately, okay, if it was 20% less square footage than Valley Fair, then you would expect 20% less traffic.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. I had a question about senior housing, since we're talking about this housing element. If we don't have housing in Valco and they had said that they would do senior housing, where would our senior housing go? Is it something we can put somewhere else?
We can't force somebody to build senior housing. So I think the analysis states that at least at the time the project had affordable and some senior housing. There would be no way for the city to compel that, so that would be a loss.
And if we reallocate the RENA numbers to another development, we still cannot request.
We can't force it, but they may, if they wish, propose it.
Okay, thank you. And then to go back to the Valco about the size of the mall, 1.2 million minimum and maximum, I don't understand that. Can you explain that?
Sure. So you need to look at the initiative as a whole. And there's one provision in a policy they adopt just for Valco that says maintain a minimum of 1.2 million square feet of retail. So that's the minimum. And then there's also your general plan allocation table for Valco, which allocates 1.2 million as a maximum. That's the maximum allocation. So if a policy saying maintain 1.2 million as a minimum, that's what's there right now. And then you have the allocation in the table setting the full allocation at 1.2 million.
How do we achieve that mathematically? Because this heights cannot exceed 45 feet.
That's what's there right now.
Okay, but I'm assuming it's higher than 45 feet in places.
So they would be able to keep the existing buildings, but if they were to rebuild, they would have to rebuild those buildings at 45 feet, and that we'd have to, I don't know, you'd need to lay it out to see, can you achieve it, can you not?
So that question comes up if they were to rebuild.
all or some portions of it, yes.
And my last question is the PRES question that everybody else has asked. I have stared at that map, I don't know for how many hours. I first was introduced to the map just before my first council meeting, eons ago, it seems like. And I really looked at it this last week, and I know exactly where the PRES areas is because I looked at it and looked at it. I know exactly where they are. Some of them are adjacent to retail areas. So what I want to know is, can the retail areas go up to 45 feet and the PRES areas also go to 45 feet? Or the PRES areas go to 45 feet and then the retail areas don't go to 45 feet? Who has the right to object to the other one? And I know we are opening ourselves to lawsuits, but I still need to know the answer to this.
Yeah, so if it is in a neighborhood, as your general plan defines it, which means anything that's not in a defined special area, then the maximum building height is now 45 feet under the general plan. And if they're in the PRES, which says for the building height you refer to what's in the general plan, that means the maximum building height for that area is 45 feet.
And if they're adjacent to a retail, and the retail can also do 45, everybody can come up to 45. If they ask
If it's
for
in
it.
a neighborhood area,
Okay.
that's our interpretation of it.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any more question? If not, I'm going to ask my question. Period. That means, based on what I know, 7th Spring is a planned unit area, so that area will go up to 45 feet. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
At least the simple answer right now, I'm looking
Sure.
at this map.
The other area is where council poor live, that area. That area will go up to 45 feet, right?
I can't say, but if they're in a PRES,
No, that's a
yes.
planned unit. I know that. It's a planned unit.
My house is already about 40 or 45 feet. It must have been under some exception.
You already illegally
Take
built
it down.
right? All right. So if we have the discretion, that means we may subject to the lawsuit, right?
I mean, you're always subject to a lawsuit, is the truth in California over land use issues. But the question is
more likely subject to the
The
lawsuit.
question
right?
is, and it's not simply because you can have zoning that's under 45 feet would be consistent with no more than can't exceed 45 feet. What makes it more complicated here is there are several provisions in the initiative that, in the lingo of land use attorneys, are called conformity provisions, and they say to the council, you must go amend your zoning code and everything else to make it consistent. And they talk about the goal overall of the general plan. It's still our view that even looking at all of that and the initiative and what it changes and doesn't change as a whole, that you retain that discretion. Someone might be highly motivated to argue otherwise, and we felt obligated to say that, but we think you'd have the discretion.
Okay. On your election costs for the standalone, $431,000 seems to be high to me. And your consolidated election cost $106,300 also seems to be high for me. Where did you get those two numbers?
I love being able to pass the buck. Those numbers come from the county registrar of voters, and that's what they say they will charge you for an election.
I complained to them.
All right. So the next question is one initiative is $431,000? If there's this
At a standalone election.
If this, it's, all right, that's a standalone. If standalone, we have 3 initiatives. That means we'll be 1.2 million dollars?
No. So there's a base cost to hold an election, which is the major cost. And if it's a consolidated election, it means the county's already holding an election, opening all the polling places, doing everything else. Your base cost goes way down, and I think it's about $70,000 at a consolidated election. And then for an average 6-page ballot measure, there's another 35. Those are roughly the numbers. Whereas for a standalone election, which really literally means standalone, the county's not going to be opening polling places otherwise in your city. So the base cost is huge. It's about $370. And then per ballot measure would be 34. So if you had 3 Cupertino ballot measures as a standalone election, it'd be 370 plus 34 times 3.
Plus 53.
Oh, 53, it's higher. So the numbers are slightly higher. But the base cost is the largest share of the cost.
Okay. Thank you. All right. If there's no more question, I'll open to the public comment. All right, so the council in general agreed to let pro group and against group to group together. You guys want to group, or you want to go by 3 minutes each person? Phyllis, you're the one suggested.
I didn't suggest quite what you said. What I suggested specifically was that
Phyllis, you need to come to the podium, please. Okay. Well, I'm respect your request, and then ask the council. Council agree, and then if no one want to do it, we just go by one. Okay.
I think maybe Liang wants to, but I think the point is that the CCSGI, the group, should not be considered general public making general public interventions. They should be considered a party to this. This analysis is of their initiative, so they are entitled to a rebuttal. They should be treated as a party. If they need 15 minutes, fine. If they need a half an hour, that's what they need. But I'm not quite sure how much
3 hours. We have to give them 3 hours.
No, I mean, I'm sure they're going to be reasonable.
All right.
But
How do you
the
know
point is they should be treated as a party, not general public.
All right. I'll move on. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Since no one want to be grouped, that's okay. Janice.
Mr.
Shaw?
Mayor.
Yes. No.
Sir.
No, that's okay. Open. No comment. Janice Chow.
I sent the council a letter on Monday requesting to speak as a group. The council did not reply. I submit the request to speak as a group on Monday. The council did not reply, so we did not prepare a group speech.
Council cannot reply over the email because there's a Brown Act violation.
And also the city manager,
City manager doesn't have the right to decide what the format of it will be.
So we did not get advance notice, and we are not prepared to speak.
Okay, so then fine. Then we just go by one. Thank you. Janice Chow.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thanks for letting me speak. So I'm just going to go on record right now and say that I am very against the initiative. And I'm here speaking as a member of the retail industry. I know you've heard a lot from the residents, and you guys have quite a full night. I'm not representing the entire retail industry. I'm just representing myself as a coffee shop owner. Looking at the summary of the initiative, it says that it's going to do away with 2 million square feet of office space that's being proposed by the Hills. Okay, as a retailer, if you're telling me that I'm going into a development with 10,000 office workers, I'm going to be salivating at the prospect of having those workers come to my coffee shop. I don't know, I might need a really big coffee shop to handle that. And it'll be great, I'll be in great business. But seriously, think about it. Have you thought about what retailers want? I've heard a lot from all the groups saying that you want to attract retailers. Let's face it, Valley Fair has a lot of the chain retailers already. Are those chain retailers going to open up another store that close to Valley Fair? So you're going to think outside the box. You're going to need more other retailers in. How are you going to attract them? You need daytime traffic. If you have the daytime traffic from Monday to Friday of 10,000 office workers, seriously, I'm going to go in there, provided the rent is feasible to me. Hint. And I'm going to say this on record too, that let's not kid ourselves. Cupertino lacks sufficient office space. And I will tell you that as a retailer, it's hurt me. The lack of office space has hurt me in the last 4.5 years. 2 years ago, one of your companies moved out of this area to Sunnyvale. You have no idea how many regulars I lost. It took me a year to get my business back up to where it was. And I'm just constantly fighting that that challenge. You have a lot of employees from Apple who got moved to Sunnyvale. I lost all those regulars too. It takes me a long time to get my regulars coming because it takes time for people to form habits. But just in a day, they could just move all the employees, and I'm losing 10, 20 employees in a month. Think about how much business that's costing me. So I would beseech you, council members, think about the repercussions of what you're doing to this whole economy if you vote for the initiative. Do you grow? Do you want to be stagnant? Do you want to decrease in size? The fact is, if you don't grow, the cities around you are going to grow, and we're going to be left behind. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Janice. We're not using up the time.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to break up the flow of the public comment, but there's something that we have to bring to your attention before we get into the discussion too much so the public can comment. We got two letters from law firms, one from the law office of Stuart Flashman, the other one from a law firm Nielsen Merksam, or a bunch of other names that I can't pronounce, but making arguments.
I thought I was the only one.
About the legality of some of the language in our resolution.
Right.
The city attorney's office has recommended a number of changes, actually very small changes, but they're the desk item that's before you, the redlined resolution. I'll show it to you. It's this one.
You want to put it up so the audience can see it?
You want to go put it up? But just that's the resolution that's being recommended tonight.
Otherwise, we may be accused that we are hiding something.
This, no.
That's it.
Right, Kathy? Can you make it a bit larger, so easier to read?
Here's a little bit more readable version. Too.
Can you guys read it from there? No? Oh my gosh, sorry. Make it bigger.
Okay, just focus.
It's not focused.
We need to focus.
Focus.
Read it to us.
Let's focus.
Right, pass up.
Got it?
That's the Zoom. Oh, there we go. Do you want to take one?
Is that mine? Yeah. That's mine. Yeah, that's mine. Sorry. And the Zoom.
But I have the legal.
What is this? I don't know. I was just told to pass it.
So
could staff explain what is this and why is there a desk item change, please? So obviously this is a red line version that we're seeing right now.
Right. Well, we got two letters. One yesterday evening, another this afternoon. Again, making legal arguments about the adequacy of the ballot question. And
so all you're doing is staff or the consultants is just making sure that the ballot statement is factually correct?
Yes, reflects the initiative completely.
But based on what I read, it doesn't quite reflect the initiative, though. The increase of the building height should be in there. I mean, that the voter has the right to know.
It is in the amended. It's in the blue.
Which one?
The blue underline.
Okay. All right, good. That's fine. All right. Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Kathy. This is the third time, right? Yeah. You're ready?
Okay. I'd like to mention that the Cupertino Courier printed an article under opinions regarding the Valco Town Center Special Plan Initiative proposed by the owners and developers, which was extremely biased and in error. In all fairness, the same consideration should have been given to the Cupertino Citizens Sensible Growth Initiative to state their case next to the article that was printed, but it was not considered by the Courier. I would like to know why not. I would like to ask the council to adapt CCSGI initiative, in which case this would save the city time and money. The public has made their concerns evident. If there is no other way to make the public's demands heard, then putting the initiative on the ballot to be voted on will be government of the people in action. My concerns under item 2, resolution number 16-029, recommended action, has alarmed me because it states that there is a question whether to direct the city clerk to transmit the initiative to the city attorney for preparation of an impartial analysis, and whether to authorize city council members or the council as a whole to submit ballot arguments against the initiative. If in this case this is considered, I think it is time to leave the decisions up to the public and the measure put on the ballot. Not sure about this impartial analysis. Who determines what's impartial? What is this about the city council members or the council who, as a whole, to submit ballot arguments against the initiative? Again, what is going on here? In all fairness, I have to ask you. I'm in favor of recommendation action 1A, adopt the initiative. That's the first thing. And then, or B, adopt resolution 16-028, ordering the initiative to be placed on the ballot for November 8, 2016, general municipal election to be consolidated with the statewide general election. Item 3, resolution number 16-030, considering whether to authorize rebuttal arguments for and against the initiative. Who decides what information is authorized? In all fairness, the public's concerns should be addressed. I would like to see a fair election in all regards and hope that the public's views are finally addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next speaker, Leslie Chow. Leslie, are you in the room?
Good evening. I'm Leslie Chow. I'm here today actually to support this new Valco Mall project. I've been living in this area for more than 20 years. I have 2 children. Both of them attended school at the Cupertino School District. My house is so close to Valco Mall, 3 to 4 minutes by driving and less than 10 minutes running. But I seldom go to the mall for the last 20 years, except going to AMC or Dynasty restaurant. The mall seems dead for decades. I think to maintain Valco as a dead mall will hurt Cupertino's well-being. If the property remained abundant, this location will be ideal for all types of criminal activities. For example, meet up a spot for drug dealers, gangster gathering. From the recent police report, the number of the case has been increasing for the broken car window and car stolen. Another thing is the city's overall sales tax performance has been deeply affected by the decline of the retail sales. We want to see the prosperous Cupertino and with a good functional mall to be built as town center to give the neighborhood a healthier, safer, advancing environment. That's why I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sini Zhang. Zhuang. Did I pronounce your name correct?
Yes.
Good. Zhuang.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sini Zhuang, and I live in South Tentau Avenue since 2005, next to Main Street Cupertino, and my child walks to schools every day. So Cupertino is the first city that I touched down when I moved to U.S. from Argentina. I graduated Monte Vista High School, and also I studied at Dianza College back in the 80s. Therefore, I'm a long-time Cupertino resident, and I love Cupertino, and I really care for its future development. I'm not here to criticize anyone, but I'm here to point out one thing that was in the CCSGI, which really makes me feel uncomfortable. On the page 5, the subsection Site and Building Design is amended as follows. Outside of the special area shown in figure LU-I, building heights may not exceed 45 feet. This means CCSGI raises the building heights in residential neighborhoods throughout Cupertino from 30 feet to 45 feet, which would be a 50% increase in height and would impact 75% of our city. A very simple example to illustrate this amendment, if the initiative adopted by the voters of Cupertino, your neighbor could build their house up to 45 feet high, and then that's approximately about 3 stories high. So your neighbor will, your daily privacy would be legally intruded by your neighbors. Are you sure you want this to be happen? I have prepared, I have downloaded this one directly from the website of City of Cupertino. So every citizen has expectation for the city, and everyone's dream might not be the same. So CCSGI supporters have widely advertised and post on the Nextdoor, Facebook, and also the website saying no heights increase under CCSGI anywhere in Cupertino. However, the contents of this amendment is not cohesive to what they advertise. So it's our own responsibility to be careful, examine the contents of all initiative, and the future of the city would be completely different if the voters made a wrong decision. So thank you very much for your time. And I have a question here. So I've been hearing you guys discussing about the 45 feet. And so in case if this initiative is adopted, how can City Council and Planning Commission make sure the 30 feet does not increase to 45 feet among the residential neighborhood?
No discretion from the City Council has no right. The people already spoke, they voted on it. It's go by the initiative.
Okay.
We have no right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to correct that. I mean, the 9212 report is it actually speaks to this point. We would have discretion as to certain neighborhoods, but some neighborhoods, it would have to be at 45 feet.
Yeah, but then you open the whole city for lawsuit. I mean, you will be wasting city taxpayer money left and right.
I would suggest
I'm not trying to be
before we
assertive
deliberate,
here.
I would suggest we hear from the public.
Okay.
But I don't want to put misinformation
don't
out
interrupt.
there.
I'm not missing information.
You stated that we would have no discretion.
We have no discretion.
We do have some discretion.
People already spoken. Don't argue.
Don't argue. I mean,
Yeah,
you're not Hitler. I mean, I mean, this is one of these things
it's
where
a public speaking time. It's public speaking time. If you want to make a scene, that's fine.
Okay, if it's public speaking time, then you shouldn't answer the questions inaccurately. I mean, I just feel like we want to get
All right, then your answer
accurate
will be
information
accurate.
out there.
You think your answer is accurate?
I do. I do relatively as it is.
Why don't we just continue the public hearing, please?
Next speaker. All right, Cindy, I took my answer back, okay? Based on Council Member Paul, he had the authority, okay? So I took my answer back, sorry. Next speaker, Peggy Griffin. Peggy, are you in? Oh, yeah. You forgot your name? I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm too excited, huh? Sorry.
No, I didn't hear it.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Mayor Chang, Vice Mayor Vayandanathan, City Council members and staff. First, I disagree strongly with the change in the ballot text. This is what people were seeing when we passed the initiative around and got signatures. I think this is what they would expect to see, and changing it will confuse the voters. So I disagree with the changes. Oh, it didn't come up?
Could we bring up the projector, please? Thank you. Sorry about that, Peggy. There we go.
Okay. This was in your resolution without the changes. Second, on the heights, you do have discretion. I want to thank you guys for asking questions. Keep asking questions and clarifying. Find out about the other things, but you do have discretion. Our attorney says that it only sets the absolute maximum height. Any zoning whose maximum building height was less than 45 feet would still be consistent with the initiative. Housing element. In the appendix A2, page 14 of 19, it states Cupertino's share of the regional housing needs totals 1,064 units. The reduction of 14 units by the initiative does not materially affect Cupertino's ability to meet the regional needs. Granted, once Apple comes full line and other offices come full line, we are going to be on a different round. Third, voter approval process. This initiative encourages planning. Rather than looking at one parcel at a time or one project at a time, it gets you to look at a whole area. If the need is there for a whole area, then look at it, make the changes, get the outreach, do the analysis, get the approval of the voters who will be impacted, and make the change to the general plan. Thank you. It discourages project by project general plan amendments. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Next speaker is Dennis Whittaker.
Mayor Chang, City Council, and staff, first I want to publicly thank Rod Sink for helping the veterans in Cupertino for getting together with the scouting for a major project coming up December 17th. You'll hear more about it later, but Rod, thank you very much. I want to talk about things that I've heard tonight, but I want to get into my little session. Improvements, in my way of thinking, are for the many who already live here, not for the few who might move in and be able to enjoy just the area for themselves and not for the rest of us. And somebody mentioned the property values in Cupertino. I think they're more affected by the schools than by the buildings around here. I want to talk about the basics of water and traffic because I'm in favor of this initiative. And the reason I am is because I think the buildings that are proposed to go up are sending the wrong signals out there. We've always heard of location, 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 but what the heck about infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure? When Penny and I moved here in '74, we were in the middle of a 7-year drought. And after that drought, I find out that we're in a prone area for further droughts. So we're going to have many more droughts, not just the ones that we're into now. The ice was measured up in the Sierras, and we needed 155% to get over this drought. We're at 92%. So let me go ask you this question. Why are we being forced to go 20 and 30% cut back on water, and people are thinking about adding 1,000 more units? We're already suffering. We've already cut back on our gardens. We've already cut down on the number of showers of flushing the toilets. Why do we want to add another 2,000 or 3,000 just for the housing, and then over and above that, another 2 million square feet, a bunch of other toilets when we're suffering already? Then let's talk about the retail tax. You get rid of the Oaks, our retail tax is gone. You get rid of Valco, our retail tax is gone. Valco is in demise because of the owners, not because necessarily the manager, but the owners have been bad. We need good owners to move it forward for retail. Penny and I went to Main Street, and we went there the first time a couple of months ago, and we went into the parking structure. It was all established for the offices there. We went a second time a month later, and those signs were removed. But who says once the vote is over with that those signs won't come back and we're not going to be allowed to use Main Street? In my view, Main Street is primarily right now for restaurants and for offices, not for the retail we were all looking forward to. Across the highway from Valco, you have Hewlett-Packard that's gone, and you had 5,000 to 8,000 employees there. Now with the spaceship, you're going to have 15,000 employees, and then you're going to have another 1,000 with just the 4 R&D plants. And then within a quarter of a mile in Valco, you want to add another 800 units, which is another 1,600 to 2,000 cars, let alone add another 2 million office space with how many more cars there? The traffic is already bad now. Why do we want to ruin it later? Where are we going to get the extra water? Where are we going to ease up on the traffic?
Ernest, your time is up.
Thank you.
15 more seconds you want to use. Grace King. Grace King. Grace, are you here? I'm here. All right. Take your time. No rush.
Good evening, and I feel that I have to do it fast or I'll have to say good night. It's been a long, good discussion. I'm here, I've been in Cupertino for 33 years, and I'm here to state my opposition to CCSGI. Not just that, I'm thankful for the 9212 report because it pointed out a lot of the unintended consequences. But then the thing that concerned me the most is that it will be against the revitalization of Valco. And then just like the other lady who said that, for the past 15 years, I never go to Valco anymore. Even when they have Macy's, my daughters will always choose to go to Valley Fair or Santana Row. These are all the mixed-use retailers that it's more attractive. That's where we go to. And then the idea of keeping Valco as it is in the initiative, the 1.2 million square foot as a retail and all that. It's keeping the way it is, and it's never worked before. It has nothing to do with the owners or anything. The anchor store leave not because the anchor store leave because their corporate offices make business analysis, and then they know that they're not making money. They're moving out. And then if you ever gone shopping, if you buy anything as is, it's usually like nobody wants it, it has major flaw, and you get a deep discount. So I do not believe that with the CCSGI initiative, keeping the Valco Mall as is going to be a viable solution. I love Cupertino. I want to have my tax money to stay here, and I don't think that the CCSGI will be able to afford that opportunity for us as residents here. So so again, it is. I would like to be on the record that I'm against the CCSGI.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
For using only 1 minute and 55
I want to go home. I want to go home. This is like.
All right.
Thanks.
You can go home now. Or if you want to see the show, you can stay. Next item is
Namrata Bora.
Bora. Namrata, are you in? Take your time. Sorry, I did not pronounce your name quick enough.
That's fine. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk today. I'm actually a resident of West San Jose, but I consider Cupertino home because I actually live closer to Valco Mall compared to most of the other Cupertino residents. I was actually going to talk about a couple other things, but one of the things I do want to point out is if you've looked at the way the Bay Area as a whole has evolved, it's gone from orchard to suburban area. And whether you like it or not, it is going to get more urban and more dense. The Bay Area is very vital with a lot of high-tech companies. Everybody wants to be here. So it's the reality. So you don't want people commuting for hours. So density is just going to have to be a way of life. People are going to have to get used to that. If you look at some of the projects coming up, like Santana Row, which is an excellent example of mixed-use projects. Even the one which is coming up in Mountain View at San Antonio is another good example of mixed use. So if you look at some of the successful projects, they are all mixed use. I also today want to speak on behalf of one of my friends who is a Cupertino resident who could not be there. I have authority to speak on her behalf.
Sure.
She was concerned about both the fact that there was this whole issue about the height being raised from 30 to 45 feet, where the initiative or the people from the initiative claim that's not the case, but we've seen enough of discussion that could be a problem. Also, with the Valco Mall, if the initiative passes and Valco project gets put on hold, the concern is the traffic in the area is going to increase in any case. Where is the money to mitigate the traffic going to come from? So those were two of our concerns. Again, on behalf of my friend and myself, I want to go on record to say I'm against the CCSGI. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Shito Gokhale.
Sheetal Gokhale. Is she in the house? Okay, she's left.
Okay, save 3 minutes. Next speaker, Leanne Giddies. Leanne Giddies. All right, next one.
Wait.
You're not Leanne Giddies. No, it's not you. Are you're Liang Chao, right? This is Leanne, Leigh-Anne-Gillis. Gillis. Not here, sorry. Next one. Next one is Craig Beckheller. Did I pronounce your name correct?
Bachelor.
Bachelor, I'm sorry.
Bachelor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Craig Batchelor. I'm a resident of Cupertino, and I'm very troubled by the CCSG initiative and what's been previously stated in the 9212 report. With Valco at 900,000 square feet of vacancy, it's clear that there's issues with respect to security, that there have been break-ins, and transient activity is going to increase. If the CCSG initiative passes, it will freeze Valco in a state that will become just as intransigent as the last 30 years of their difficult ability to renovate the mall. My worry is that this initiative is going to put a blight on the city of Cupertino without the ability for another developer or another person to come along and actually revitalize it in the way that it needs to be revitalized. What I'm also concerned about is that this initiative doesn't provide for many of the very needed, desperately needed infrastructure and funding contributions that would be provided by the Hills of Valco project. A 30-acre green roof with active amenities, gathering spaces, $40 million in funding for schools to prevent overcrowding, $30 million in funding toward the I-280 interchange. We know this has to be done. This is valuable money that won't come if the initiative passes. In addition, the Town Center initiative anticipates bringing a one-time tax revenue of approximately $16 million with new recurring revenues of nearly $5 million to the city every year. There's a net $3 million revenue to the Fremont Union High School District. This is money that they could very desperately need. I see a robust community benefits package, one that's probably not ever been presented to the city of Cupertino in the past. I see it as a great opportunity for making a vital downtown, and the CCSG initiative will eliminate any possibility for that to happen. I don't want to see that happen, and many of the residents who live in my neighborhood don't want to see it either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ram Gopal or Gopal?
Ram Gopal.
All right. Ram,
He'll
you're not
help
here.
me
Okay.
down the road.
Kevin McClellan. Right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kevin McClellan. I am here on behalf of the Cupertino Chamber of Commerce. And I first want to thank the city for the 9212 report. There's been a lot of misinformation out in the community, and this report does a lot to correct the record and set some of the flaws exposed and set the record straight. The report addresses a lot of the issues that the Chamber sent in a letter that you received, but there was one item that was not addressed, and we're hoping that maybe we can get some clarification and really hoping to get that on the record this evening. I'm going to quote from the letter that you received. The CCSGI supporters advertised their initiative as an amendment to the general plan to include voter confirmation. After the council approves the project at the CCSGI and that it does not change the general plan amendment. As was stated in the letter, that is false. If this initiative were to pass, the Planning Commission and the City Council would have no power or authority to amend the general plan on topics addressed by the initiative. This is a fundamental change to the standard general plan amendment process and would definitely change our process for the worse. The second point was that the initiative supporters also mischaracterized the approval process for future projects and what they would undergo. They claim that projects requiring a general plan amendment would first go through a normal process and then be subject to voter confirmation. They describe this as the voters getting the final say on a project. This is false. Under state law, every city approval and action must be consistent with the general plan, and given that only the voters would be able to amend the general plan on topics addressed by CCSGI, the city would be prohibited from approving any project that is inconsistent with the initiative until the voters first amend the general plan. As a result, there would be no basis for the city to even accept an application for review in the first place. CCSGI supporters have this basic concept completely backwards. A project would not go through the normal process and then be confirmed by the voters. Instead, the project would first require another costly election, which we heard about earlier, to amend the general plan, and then only then could the project then proceed through the regular process. So instead of having our regular process with voter confirmation, we're just going to get initiatives. Because this wasn't addressed in the 9212, and so there is no confusion going forward, we are asking that the city confirms that this is true. And basically, we're asking the simple question: does the Planning Commission and the City Council have the authority to approve a project that is inconsistent with the initiative and then place it on the ballot for the supporters, the way the supporters have claimed? Our goal here is clear. There's been a lot of misinformation out there, and this 9212 process and what we're doing tonight is a great opportunity to set the record straight and for us to be clear for the voters and try to dispel some of the flaws in the information that's out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Schaff.
Can you zoom that in or not? Yes, there has been a lot of misinformation out there, unfortunately. The source of it, you just heard more of it. The 45-foot height limit, I appreciate the 9212 because it did confirm that no, if you're in an R1 or an R3 district, you're not going to get a 45-foot limit mandated. Of course it's not mandated. As Councilman Paul pointed out, the City Council has discretion. I don't know why the 9212 couldn't be more clear on that, because the person who spoke about it actually admitted it. There's so much misinformation in the 9212 that it's hard to know where to start. It doesn't reduce the amount of housing. The council has Plan B. They can have the same amount of housing. We still meet the ABAG requirements. And let's talk about Valco. When I look at Valco, I'm reminded of the guy who kills his parents and then goes before the judge and begs for mercy because he's an orphan. Sears and Penny's didn't want to leave. They explicitly stated that they wanted to stay. The destruction of Valco was calculated. The developer destroyed Valco on purpose. Everybody knows that. These retailers didn't want to leave. They wanted to stay. But what better thing? You empty the mall, and then you come to the council and, oh my God, the mall is empty. What are we going to do? We have to tear it down and build 2 million square feet of office, and we need to build all this housing. Please, please don't be gullible and fall for this kind of stuff. Let me be polite. The other issue which Peggy brought up is please put this on the ballot the way the city attorney wrote it. Do not modify it. As we all have heard, that 45-foot is a limit. It's not a mandate that you go to 45 feet. It doesn't say that current zoning for 28 or 30 feet is changed. So put it on the ballot the way it was intended to be put on there. I have so much more to say, but unfortunately, our group was not given the courtesy of a timely reply. Thank you.
Next speaker, Robert McKeeban.
Thank you, Barry.
Sure.
I want to kind of talk about the CCSGI initiative. There's a lot of misinformation going out. There's a lot of innuendos and so forth. Essentially what it does, it essentially proposes maintaining the general plan approved by this council in 2014. It allows owners to bring any plan to the Cupertino residents for a vote. We hear about Valco and the disaster, how it's going to lose all this funding and so forth. It basically points out that the owner can come to the voters, and that's what we're looking for a major project like this. It essentially wants to maintain the 2014 general plan that this council voted on. Based on that, I encourage you to either accept and adopt the initiative tonight, or at least put it onto the November election. And again, it says here too is impartial analysis and so forth. It also says authorize city council members or the council as a whole to submit ballot arguments against the initiative. I would encourage this council to submit initiatives or proposals supporting the initiative, not against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, David Fang.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Fung. I serve on the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm here today speaking as a private citizen. I'm not here tonight to talk about the findings in the 9212, but rather the issue of good governance. I recognize the right of citizens to bring change via the initiative process, but this hearing highlights some of the big problems that can arise from that process. The first problem, ironically, is a lack of public review and input on the initiative text. The proponents of the initiative are pursuing this path because they perceived a lack of transparency and openness in the general plan update and development approval process. It's ironic that the creation and adoption of the content of the initiative is completely outside of public review or comment and reflects the objectives only of this small group that created it. I understand their concerns about the scope of the Hills proposal, but this initiative creates heavy impacts to the future of Cupertino's development. The impacts revealed in 9212 demonstrate that the initiative's effects are at odds with the financial and city health goals that have been laid out over the two previous general plans. The second problem also stems from the non-public process of a law by initiative. The 9212 identifies multiple impacts that appear to be the results of poor drafting of the initiative. I don't believe the CCSGI folks intended to increase the residential height maximum to 45 feet, but it's clear to me and to the 9212 report that they inadvertently did that. Had the desired content of the CCSGI gone through the normal public hearing process with city staff review and public input, these warts would have been ground off, just as I suspect the size of the projects like the Hills or the Oaks would have been reduced to a livable scale under the traditional review process and with a hearing to approve a development agreement. At this point, there is no opportunity to correct these errors, even with the permission of the proponents. Good governance needs to be well-informed and deliberate. In this valley where everything moves fast and is accelerating, government drives everyone nuts because it's designed to make slow, deliberate decisions. This is the best model for making the 20-year decisions about where we want to go and what we want to be when we grow up as a city, rather than to adopt kind of draconian changes today that seek to suppress thoughtful change under the guise of democracy. Because the law by initiative process flies in the face of the traditional process, and because of the serious impacts identified in this 9212, I think it's important for the council to weigh in and summarize this analysis for Cupertino's voters. I ask that you adopt the following actions tonight. Place the measure on the ballot for the November 2016 election. Direct the city attorney to produce an impartial analysis of the measure for voters. Elect for the council to submit ballot arguments against initiative as a subset or as a whole. And authorize rebuttal arguments for and against the measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Xiaowen Wang. Next speaker will be Jennifer Griffin. Okay? And after that will be Lisa Warren.
Good evening, council members. So I just want to bring out correct one information because I think there's enough to be said about this. I really don't think this 9212 report is impartial. One of the things I found out after I read the report is in the report it said about the funding. I think some folks here also bring that up, saying CCSG initiative going to deprive the city the important funding to fix our infrastructures, right? So I'm in the initiative basically, in the report basically it wrote the way that basically if we don't let WACO project go through, then we're not going to have the funding, or WACO, the developer, won't be able to provide the funding to fix our infrastructures, which imply to me that developer has promised to pay for those infrastructures. So I look it up, because the mayor probably remember I dig out the letter from the sanitary district about the sewer situation that we definitely need a sewer line, which also confirmed in the WACO initiative text that we need a sewer line. But in the language, they say the cost for or design goal is to provide a new sewer line. However, when I dig deeper for their financing plan, there's no promise that they're going to pay for this. Instead, they say the text is that stating improvement and funding allowable mechanism to get the fund. So then why act as if the developer going to pay for it? They didn't promise that. I compared several things in developers' initiative about the language of infrastructure contributions. For example, they did say they shall pay for the $30 million toward the I-280 interchange. I interpret that is their promise to pay that once that initiative goes through or whatever. But here, obviously, there's no such guarantee they're going to pay for the new sewer line, right? So why in the 9212 report act like they're going to pay? At least that's the implication that if we don't allow the WACO to be built as the developer proposed, then we lost this part of funding that there's no money to pay this sewer line. And the other argument, obviously, is if that project is not like that scale, we don't need that money to pay a new sewer line to start with.
Shawan, your time is up.
Yeah, so that's just one point I want to bring here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jennifer Griffin. After that is Lisa Warren. After that is Liang Chao.
Wow, have to dig deep after that. Good evening, City Council. I'm Jennifer Griffin. Again, we are fighting over Valco. Vet. I mean, I remember 2001 when I wasn't even sure where the City Council chambers were because they moved from the old building to here. We started out with Valco and everything, the AMC Theater, that parking garage from hell that's in the back that they were going to put a dog park on top of. Everything, the wall, I mean, it's Valco. We have no more land in Cupertino, so we're going to be fighting it inch by inch, micromanaging it as usual because we're fighting over land use. Santana Row has run out of space, so they're putting in a 20-story something or other that's going to tower over the corner of Santana Row, and they're building the city of Santana Row in the middle of San Jose. Anyway, I really am upset because we're losing the Eastern Shopping District. I live in the eastern part of the city. We have no amenities. We have no restaurants until Main Street. We're losing the IHOP because the second tech building is going in. My entire intersection of 280 and Calvert is gridlock right now. We are losing the Eastern Shopping Center, and you guys down here, you guys have the Cupertino Crossroads, so you've got shopping. So what's going to happen is that you're going to have retail coming back into Cupertino, and I don't for a minute believe that Cupertino does not warrant high-end high-end clothing. The money is here. To say we don't need a Nordstrom's or a Macy's, yeah, you talk about the zip codes in this country, Cupertino is like right up there at the top. There's money here. Nordstrom's could come in here right now. Where they're going to wind up setting up shop is in the tech parks at Mariani and Dianza Boulevard that may be released by Apple if they are released by Apple, that entire tech building area, if they go into their spaceship. But I'm saying, what a waste of tech park. You know, you want to keep tech in Cupertino. Keep the retail at Valco where it belongs in the eastern part of the city. You have taken away everything from eastern Cupertino. We have traffic jams, we have no place to eat, and no grocery stores, nothing, nada, zilch. So let's leave Valco. You guys have got shopping everywhere else, but we have no amenities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Lisa Warren?
Okay, so as I've been sitting here longer and longer, I'm getting all over the place in comments, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm going to be jumping from one thing to another and hopefully get to the main event. There's been a lot of talk online, et cetera, in letters to the editor that former mayor, former this, former that. Well, I can think of two, at least, very current former mayor and a former planning commissioner chair who openly and wisely recommended that to approve office space and large amounts of housing at Valco was wrong. So they're former, and I just question why that's thrown out there all the time. Just because you were a former something doesn't mean you're agreeing with the rest of the residents. Here's a quick one. Issues with the possible green roof. How many times has Levi Stadium had to change their grass and fix it? That's a simple football field. They can't get it right. What's going to happen when you're high up in the air without enough dirt and without enough clean air due to the cars underneath to grow anything? Trying to utilize existing information from other reports that have gotten us here in this new report is risky. Are they really going to think and look with different eyes, or is it going to be these same people looking at the same stuff and set in their mind that what they've already said is right when people have already questioned it? I think you need new eyes, and if they're going on old information, are they even going to consider all of the new projects being approved by cities surrounding us that need to be considered? Security at Valco, that's the owner's responsibility. If they're not doing their job, they're not going to do it when it's bigger and more crowded. Chamber representative, aren't we trying to, his comments were about general plan amendments, that, oh, this voting is going to cause voting all the time when there's all these amendments. Isn't the goal to not have amendments? Isn't it supposed to be a minimal amount of general plan amendments? Why would you want to encourage them? If the initiative passes, if this initiative passes, it should send a clear message that will deter developers from wanting so badly to amend our general plan. It will be like Saratoga. They'll behave themselves, and we won't be in this situation. Okay, as for the 45-foot height in neighborhoods, even if that wasn't at the discretion of the council, which we've now established it is several times, you have other R1 ordinances that would make that virtually impossible. You would have, let's say now you want to build something 30 feet, but you want 3 stories in that 30 feet. You can't. The maximum is 2 stories. That's an ordinance that would stay in place. Your FAR would stay the same.
Lisa, your time is up. Can you
Oh,
wrap
no,
it up
I'm
in
not
15 seconds?
Setbacks are not going to change. And there is a thing called a oh my gosh, what is it? A building envelope that you have to stay within. There is no possible way you could build a single-story residence 45 feet tall if you stick to all the other rules. So it's a moot point. Plus, it's at your discretion.
Lisa, you went over 15 seconds. Can you?
Sorry.
Thank you. Yang Chao. The next one is Vivian Wang. The next one is Diana Crabtree. Go ahead, Liang. Ready?
Diana. Oh, it's okay. I need to adjust the zoom. Shrink it. Okay.
You ready?
Can you reset the time, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Chen, Vice Mayor Veganata, and council members. I'd like to take 1 second and think, throughout the 9212 report presentation, have you heard even one positive thing about the initiative? Just one. Can you think of any? There is no positive side for taking away 2 million square feet office when Apple Campus 2 is not even occupied, when we still have huge traffic jam here. How can you tell such a report is neutral and unbiased? And you are wondering how come the residents have mistrust in the council when you order consultant report and allow consultants to write very biased, poor vocal, anti-resident report. You are just building up more mistrust from the residents. I'd like council to please don't change the bad language because the attorney has, outside attorney sent letters that we have not seen, and then the new language is unfair to the initiative. The initiative would try to revitalize Valco according to community's vision, not developers' vision, because the community has not been involved with all the conversation regarding Valco Shopping Center. First of all, the building height. Consultants intentionally mentioned many, many times that the neighborhoods would all have building height 45 feet. But they know that when even under their interpretation, only partially and under council's discretion, the building height will be raised. And it's very clear, if it's zoned for R1, R2, or R3, the municipal code has a height limit, so that won't be raised. So the reason why there will be a height increase for possibly P-res and M multiple family is because a flaw in the municipal code. It's not because of the CCSGI. There is a flaw in the municipal code, so you should fix that. That's your discretion to fix it. Don't blame it on CCSGI. Consultant says there's not enough housing under CCSGI, but the initiative doesn't limit the council's ability to increase housing allocation anywhere except at Valco. Consultant says there is a difficulty to switch from scenario A to scenario B.
Yang, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Okay. But then the council approved both plans and the HCD also. And the consultant says initiative would have a loss of affordable housing. But then, come on, they are going to increase office space. That's going to create more demand for housing, and housing will be less affordable.
Your time is up.
And then council can always add office space at your discretion. That's not limited by CCSGI.
Thank you. Next speaker, Vivian Wang. Vivian, are you here?
Vivian left, so.
Okay, next. Deanna Crabtree.
Fears to be continued. Okay, fear number 5. Cupertino will have less office development because 2 million square feet of office is removed from Valco. The truth. Under the Cupertino Citizen Sensible Growth Initiative, does not require voter confirmation for office or residential allocation except at Valco. Council can add office allocation to any other site following the normal general plan amendment process. Cupertino will have a more even and healthy distribution of office. Fear number 6. No future general plan amendment is possible. This is only true if the council wants to approve a project and its general plan amendment at the same time. Project by project general plan amendments should be discouraged in any case. However, it is not possible under the Cupertino Citizen Sensible Growth Initiative. The council needs to follow the better practice of general plan amendment approval first, then project approval, instead of approving both at the same time. Plan first and then propose and project approve. Using the better practice, the general plan amendment would be approved by the council and then confirmed by the voters. Then the developers can work on their project proposal. The better practice is to do citywide general plan amendment for any modification for density parameters every 10 to 20 years. All other projects should conform to the general plan. Thus, this Cupertino Citizen Sensible Growth Initiative would only trigger a ballot measure every 10 years. Project by project general plan amendment is discouraged but not impossible under CCSGI. A large, oversized project requiring an increase in density parameters is supposed to be reviewed by the city carefully using a better project planning process. Plan first. Okay, for more information about the Cupertino Citizen Sensible Growth Initiative, please visit our website at ccsensiblegrowth.org. And for any questions, please email ccsensiblegrowth@gmail.com. Let's protect our quality of life before it's too late. Get involved to help us inform more voters. A little time and money now would save you and your family members from getting stuck in traffic congestion and in overcrowded schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Next speaker, Jean Bedford. Jean, are you here? Okay. Bedore. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Common mistake.
Sorry, I should, the second time, right?
Jean Bedord. Mayor Chang and City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Jean Bedord, and I've lived in Cupertino for over 25 years. I want to commend you for the 9212 report. It's the first one I've encountered, and I learned a lot. First of all, I don't like initiatives, regardless of who starts them. They always have unintended consequences, and this CCSGI initiative is no exception. I'd have to call it a switch and bait proposal. I'm appalled at what was buried in the legalese, particularly the part that had to do with raising the building heights in the neighborhoods from 30 to 45 feet. But there's other parts of it too that I realized as I reflected on it. Valco at 1.2 million feet is 20 football fields. Do we really need that much retail space? I went back and I looked at how much I bought from Amazon in 2010. I placed 7 orders. In 2015, I placed 186 orders. And I am on target to order over 200 times from Amazon this coming year. And judging by the number of vans that are going zipping up and down my street, that's exactly what my neighbors are doing. I talk with my colleagues. Oh, I just buy it from Amazon. Why do they go out? They go out to eat. They go out to shop for food. They go out for an experience that they can't have online. They go out for community. That's what we really need. I realize that you have to put this initiative on the ballot,
but it's not one that I'm going to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next speaker, Wengang Wen.
Good evening. So I'm here to support the CCSGI initiative. This is in response to the previous speaker, who is a coffee shop owner. I want to explain why this initiative will not hurt retail stores. Retail industry is an important addition to our community, and I always thank for their hard work for making our community a better place. I understand that the shop owner hopes to get more customers for the coffee shop, and thus she wants to against the CCSGI initiative. I want to tell her, do not worry. There are already 4 million square feet new office space in the new Ample campus and Main Street, and 20,000 people will start working there pretty soon. I don't know how big her coffee shop is, but this is likely more than enough customer base for any coffee shop. Building another 2 million square feet office space is not likely to help her business because of the following 2 reasons. First, any retail store needs a balanced number of customers. If there are too many potential customers, the store and parking becomes too crowded, and the waiting time becomes too long, which drives away other potential customers. So after some point, more customers will no longer help your business. And second, the overall environment of our community is important to bring quality customers, and too many customers may hurt your business. If you want your customer to return, you better give them a good shopping environment. The crowded store, the long waiting time, and especially the bad traffic around the store can drive away your loyal customers. So as an example, Cupertino Main Street was developed by Sand Hill, the same developer who wants to build Walco. There's a nice coffee shop in the Main Street. I went there once, but never again. Why? There's very bad traffic and there's no parking there. So in summary, I ask for the retailers to vote for the CCSGI initiative. Help your business and save our community. And by the way, if you look at the Main Street, look at what Sand Hill will build, you're gonna imagine the new Walco would look like what? No space to park.
Wengang, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Yeah. Please vote for our initiative. Your retailers help your business, help our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Yan Yu. Is Yan Yu here? Next speaker is James Lee, or Lei, L-E-I. Next speaker is our former mayor, Orrin Mahoney.
Good evening. I really do miss these late meetings. I'm really here as a 47-year resident of the city of Cupertino. So as a 47-year resident, I remember when Valco was a very successful, thriving mall. But I also remember when Tandem and Silicon Graphics and Sun Microsystems were thriving, successful companies. You may be aware that they're all gone now. The world changes, so we have to deal with the fact that the world changes. When I ran for city council in 1999, in my brochure, I talked about the revitalization of Valco, along with all the other people that ran against me and probably everybody that's run for city council since. Everybody has talked about the revitalization of Valco. Just before, about 2 years ago, a retail study was done that showed that the Target store in Cupertino generated more sales tax than the entire Valco Mall, including Macy's, including Penny's, including Macy's, Penny's, and Sears. You know, Valco didn't die with the latest change of ownership. Valco was dead and dying a long time ago. So on my last vote on the city council, we voted to give Sandhill and Valco a chance to come up with a new plan that could revitalize it. That thing got overturned with some technical difficulties, but I was happy when the new council voted the same thing and voted for the general plan that's currently in place, the one that would be undone with this initiative, that allows for that opportunity to revitalize Valco. So, in my opinion, no amount of pixie dust can be sprinkled on Valco and turn it back into a thriving mall like it was 30 or 40 years ago. So what I urge you to do is adopt the 9212, put the initiative on the ballot, and let an informed electorate decide on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you for not using the 3 minutes. Appreciate it. Next speaker, Denisa Mensky. The one after that is Chimpan or Chimpao? Sorry, Pao or Pan? Pan, I'm sorry. Then the one after that is Ignatius Sting.
Okay. Mayor Chang and council members, one thing I wanted to mention really quick, I was reading, and apparently it's correct, that only 8% of retail sales are done online. People still like to go to stores and feel their clothing, try it on. You know, it's a tactile experience, just for the record, but that's not what I'm here to speak about. I'm concerned about the 2 million square feet of office space. It just seems so excessive to me. I mean, I understand that the entire valley is growing leaps and bounds, and I've been reading a lot about commercial real estate, and I know a large amount of it is being done to sell to foreign investors. And if you go up and down like 237, it's amazing. They moved my son's college just so they could put more office space in there, but they're sitting empty. I don't quite get it. And my question is, do we really have potential renters or people wanting to lease the hills at Valco if we build 2 million square feet? That's an awful lot, considering how much available development there is in this valley. Why would they necessarily want to go there where it's so crowded that their employees can't even get to and from work? It doesn't quite make sense to me at all. One of the other things I'm seeing that's really pushing all these big development projects in the valley is that I know like China has opened up to allow foreign investment, and I know Saudi Arabia, there's a lot going on there where they want to get their money out of their own countries, and they all recognize Silicon Valley, Apple, Facebook, Google, and they love real estate. And I think that that's a lot of the push that's creating an excessive amount of real estate. It concerns me that we're going to overbuild, and then we're going to have a bunch of office space, no place left to put houses, and we're stuck with it. I mean, we can't take it back. I don't think growth has to be a bad thing, but I think there's more to life than just office space. And the Hills seems like it kind of does a lot more for one person than it does for a whole city. I mean, that's my personal feeling about the whole thing. It's one of our last big precious pieces of land. One other thing I noticed, I was calculating the cost of the green roof, and it looks to me, based on Millennial Park in Chicago, that this project would cost about $1 billion. That's 30%.
Anissa, your time is up. Can
That's
you wrap it up in
30% of their
15
cost.
seconds?
Why would they spend 30% on something that won't generate any revenue?
Your time is up. Can you
Thank
wrap it
you.
up? Thank you. Next speaker, Chin. Sorry.
Thank you. That's the
Pronounce your
second
name
time
not quite
here, so I
correct.
try to be quick because I want to be home with my kids. And like I said at last meeting, I want my family to be able to home, not stuck in the traffic. But I listened to two citizens speak here. They never shopping at Valco for last 15 years. I live here for 18 years. Actually, Valco is a go place for me to go shopping and walking distance from my house. 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes to walking there. I buy all my major appliances in Sears. I'm so upsetting Sears closing down, all the clothes, kids taking pictures there. They literally grow up here. J.C. Penney, it's a place for me like a middle class, I don't have the fancy clothes. I don't need the fancy clothes. I go Penny, I grab stuff, and I come home. So I do shopping there, and another citizen said his neighbor heard all against it. I think I shared the statistic before. I'm not a good person just to approach people, but in order to save our communities, I walk door to door to my neighborhood, which is cross street from the Valco. Among the 84 registered voters I approached, the 6 of them didn't sign the initiative. All the 3 of them haven't decided. All the remain 89% of registered voters, they support the initiative. So I hope the council's approval of the initiative, put the initiative on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can go home now. Huh? Next speaker, Ignatius Ding.
Thanks, Mayor. Hello again, council members. Like everybody identify how long they've been here. I've been here for 38 years. I guess it's long enough before Voco was first built. The first thing I want to remind the members, do not pass a resolution to encourage any of yourself to write a rebuttal against this initiative, because you are a public servant, you're supposed to be impartial, you're not fighting with a citizen for power. This is just wrong if you do that. I heard the exchange after the 92-12 report. All concern was how much discretion you gained or lost, not a single question referred to. The question we've been asked all year is the traffic problem. Do we have a solution? Do we have a problem we cannot solve? So we're not focusing on the solution, or we're not even focusing on identify the problem. We're all worried about the revenue, the impact. I think that we start the wrong thing. And also the other thing is that we need to really pay attention to is not so long ago, remember, water your lawn is a crime. You get fined. And in fact, if you visit Sacramento at the time, every single piece of lawn in front of the Capitol was brown because you're not supposed to water your lawn. Now you got 60,000 tons of soil on top of this mall they're proposed to build. Think how much water it's going to take. Not only is it going to take the water from you, the people from the east side, you might have a place to go, but you're not going to have any water pressure because that mall is going to take all the water from you. This is just a crazy idea to propose something like this. This is, we are creating a problem here. We have no water. We have put a green roof in this place, and we are condemned the initiative to try to stop this thing. Remember, we're in an earthquake zone. We're building this thing. We are calling for a natural disaster. This is a man-made disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is 6 minutes after 11. The goal is to finish the meeting by 11. So the council want to continue or want to adjourn the meeting till tomorrow?
Keep on going.
You're only one more.
As far as I'm concerned, we need to finish tonight. I also think that we have a legal obligation to complete this.
So we have no choice.
Okay, so 2 votes this side?
Yeah, please complete it tonight.
All right, continue. Sorry, you and I don't have to say. Okay. Next speaker, Herbert Nossel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. One word to the person in front of me. I hope he does not drink the water they will use for the green roof, because they will use recycled water. I hope he drinks clean water. So, I was shopping 30 years ago at Valco. I went there Sundays for a Glenn Miller concert in front of Emporium. It was all nice and fine. We stopped more or less shopping at Valco when Macy's came in. My wife shops at Macy's, but then it was a small Macy's she couldn't find. She had to drive to Valley Fair anyway. And I want to have today we are also shopping at Amazon, and Amazon probably will not come to Valco. I want to have a good time on Sundays. Sundays, there's nothing in Cupertino. I have to drive either to Santana Row, sit in the Mexican beer garden there, have some music, or go to Saratoga, or go to Mountain View to a nice city center. That is missing in Cupertino here. So when I heard last year the proposal from Sandhill Properties, that was exciting. And more exciting, that when that will be finalized, Cupertino will get an identity finally. And more important for me was Sandhill Properties said, okay, it costs $3 billion, and I don't have to pay a penny for that, and nobody else has to pay a penny for that. We heard concerns today that Sandhill might not deliver, so the roof might leak, or the shops might not come, or this or that. But in the past 30 years, when I've been living in Cupertino, I was impressed with the Cupertino staff. They have done a beautiful job to manage this city here, and I'm pretty sure they will put, if that will come to an agreement with Sandhill Properties, the city staff will put provisions in that they will do what they promise, or they have to pay penalty. And that is all I have to say today. So I'm much in favor of the hills of Valco. Live Cupertino, live. Good night.
Thank you, Herbert. And thank you for not using your time. Michael Zhang, next speaker.
Yeah, hi. My name is Michael Zhang, and I'm the Cupertino resident. So I have attended both the Sand Hills explanation, the exposition, as well as I have talked with CCSGI, and I'm thinking, what each party is represent. So the Sand Hill represents a corporation. They want to make money, and that's understandable. And I suggest that whoever talks here either identify him as a resident or identify him has any business to do with Sand Hill, either him directly or his immediate family, including the Cupertino City management. If anybody has any business relationship with Sand Hill or any other connecting business should be identified. So the Cupertino resident, can make the correct vote. And I'm thinking, so what does CCSGI want? Okay, so what they want is to representing the Cupertino resident. That's what they want. And sometimes I hear that they say they want to increase from 28 feet to 45. I'm just thinking, why do they want to increase the building height? Is something wrong? Is something communicated wrong? And then the other thing is, what I'm thinking is, what does the Cupertino City Council member management, standing? Should they represent Sand Hill Corporation, or should they represent the Cupertino resident? And then by the law, okay, the Cupertino Council member and city management should represent the Cupertino resident, because they are voted by the resident, and they also use the money by the Cupertino resident. So that's what I suggest. So everybody who speaks here should identify him, okay, represents the resident or has a business relationship with Sand Hill. Okay, that's all what I want to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, Luke. How are you doing, Luke?
Doing good. I was doing good earlier this evening. I'm still doing good. All right. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak in front of you. I just want to say that I feel the 9212 report is extremely biased and is full of misinformation. Example, right? We heard presentation about occupancy and foot traffic and business-to-business sales tax and all that good stuff, right? Well, what about the traffic? What about the school overcrowding, right? Those are not mentioned. And also, the 2015 Sand Hill proposal has not been approved, right? And it's really a phantom. And given that even if Valco is redeveloped, we don't know what it's going to look like. And therefore, I don't understand how the 2015 Valco proposal can be listed as an entry in the 9212 report. Right? It just doesn't exist. Right? Also, in Appendix 7, Table 2, there is no justification for $300 per square foot of taxable retail sales for this phantom Valco project. I don't see any explanation for, I see explanation for average, let me see, average was, retail is 124, and there's some estimate for $149 a square foot, but 300, I don't see any explanation for that. With regards to raising the building height to 45 feet, I think there's plenty of discussion. I don't really understand all the discussion, but anyway, none of that detail is in the 9212 report, so something's wrong there, right? Basically, you know, we didn't get our money's worth, all right? And speaking of saving cities money, and I'm just wondering in the future, maybe we should schedule these items that require consultants to be sitting here. They're racking up billable hours. Maybe we can put that in early in the council meeting, and when their item's done, then they can go home and stop charging us, maybe. So one last point is that I think the residents want to maintain Cupertino as a great place to live and raise a family, right? Now, we do need business. We all understand that. But let's not put the cart before the horse. All right? Let's continue to make Cupertino a great place to live and raise family. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zori Yan.
Hello, hello all the council members. I'm Jolly Yang, and actually comparing to a lot of the speakers, I'm actually a newcomer to Cupertino. I only have been here for half a year because of work. And then the first time I decided to come here, because I thought, wow, it's Silicon Valley. And then I was so excited to come here. And as a newcomer, actually, I think comparing to all other speakers, I think I carry the city as much as they do, because I'm the future of them in 30 years. If I have lived here for 30 years, I will care as much as they do. And so I'll carry the Cupertino city. So actually, I want to say like a couple things about my personal feelings as a newcomer to the city. So the first thing is the first week I came here, my house got broken into, and all my stuff I got like so messy, and that was the first time ever in my life to see this thing happen. And then the second thing is my friend, his car got broken into in the Falcon Mall parking area. So, and then I saw his car being towed by the time. So I was thinking that what well, it's slightly different from what I expected before I came here. So what's wrong? So I used to live in New York, and New York, it's very like big cities, high densities, but I didn't even see any crimes like happening in front of my eyes. So I started to think, what happened? So is it because of the building and because of what? I don't know. So I started to think maybe it's because of the way of living. So because the Falcon Mall right now is so like desolated, so no one is going there. And there's a lot of crimes happening there, and no one knows because no one is gonna walk there. And actually, I think, and also it's because like the mixed-use style makes the place more like much safer, because you constantly have people walking around. Like even though no matter whether it's office or retail or entertainment or like AMC, you constantly have people walking around. So actually, the safety can be a lot higher than. Actually, no one is walking in the mall. So, but that's my basic feelings about, as a newcomer. And then I really hope the city can, have like better developments in future. And since the CCSGI like inhibit this possibility to have a better mixed-use development, which as a newcomer and a young person, I would love to go like a place full of like lively atmosphere. And different things to do. So that's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Chin. Hi, John. Next speaker will be Richard Lowenthal, former mayor. Then after that is Yen Pin Tsao.
Hello.
Hi, John. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Ready?
Good evening, everybody.
Sure.
I've looked at all the pictures that are put up for what is seems like on a track to get approved. Now it's an initiative for the Hills at Falco, and I really wish I could believe that these are the things that we're going to see if their initiative does pass. But I have complete doubt about every picture that I look at. Nothing seems, it's very architecturally beautiful, but nothing seems like it's really going to happen the way they're portraying it. So I think it's a fantasy. And what's behind the curtain, so to speak, is 9-story buildings of office space, 8-story buildings of office space with some retail on some of the streets that are part of that city or town center. It's really a monster. And so I'm back to my old saw, which is the traffic is the big issue. The traffic has always been my big issue, and I really feel that a better use for the space is something that's toned down. It might be that there needs to be mixed use there, but I think that we need to stop, reflect, and plan again. Because right now, the planning is not being done by the people who care, the people who matter, the people who are going to be here in 5, 10, and 20 years. The planning is being done by people who want to make a lot of money and then leave. And I think for the most part, that really is a true generalization. So if we have, in the meantime, if we have the ability to have more shopping at Valco, maybe not all shopping, but more shopping and entertainment and gathering spaces, I think that's a much better use of the land, and it will provide a much more course of the whole day traffic experience. And I just think it'll satisfy the community, and it will not create insurmountable problems that I think the traffic, the water use, and the school crowding are problems that we're going to have a hard time solving if we create them any worse than they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Richard, former mayor, go ahead.
Somebody has a slide presentation or something?
I'm going to click up. Don't count my time yet.
No.
We'll use it for this, Mr. Mayor.
When you're ready.
Thank you for having me here.
Sure. And after that, you still have that 15 seconds, okay? You treat it the same.
Bump, bump, bump. Oh, there you go. Okay, so I'm speaking to a specific agenda item tonight, which is whether you should make a statement against the initiatives. I'm assuming that you'll put it on the ballot. And I think you should make statements against the CCSGI. Next slide. So first of all, just to make it clear, this becomes yours. So once this rigmarole is finished, you own the CCSGI because it becomes part of your general plan. So you're going to have to defend it. So if you see flaws in it, they are your flaws after the vote in November, and you will have to defend. So if somebody wants to add a retail space to Valco or wants to take one away, then you are going to have to face the lawsuit from the property owner who wants to add one more shop space or wants to take one out. If there's a lawsuit to stop a 45-foot building in your neighborhood, it will be yours. You will be defending this initiative for the rest of the time that you sit at the dais. And if there's a lawsuit because the initiative removes the need for a CEQA study at Homestead Lanes, that will be a lawsuit against our city, and you will be defending it. Next slide. Here's a house straight across the street from mine. The council, after this house was built, the council took action to stop this kind of house. This is a 40-foot house straight across the street from me. So it can happen, and it is horrible. And you don't want it to happen, and if anybody wants to see what it looks like, drive up Rainbow, you'll see this house. It towers over mine. It is twice as high as my house, and it's directly across the street. Next slide. Valco needs change. CCSG freezes Valco as it is. No office, no mixed use, no apartments, no housing, no reduction in retail space, and no addition in retail space. There is nothing you can do. You have to leave it. Next slide. So this is what you get. This is Valco today. I took these pictures today. This is what we will be preserving if this initiative passes. So this is why you have to take action against it, and you have to make a statement against it. This is what we'll have forever. You can't shut one of these spaces down. You can't use it for storage. You can't use it to park a car. You have to keep it as retail forever. You can't add another one. If you like this stuff, you couldn't add any more because the initiative doesn't allow you to add any more either. Next slide. So this picture didn't come out. So this is AMC Theater. The initiative also bans a building like the AMC Theater. Why? Because it's too high for the initiative guys. So you won't be able to do another AMC Theater. I think the best development we've done in a long time, but it will be against the law. Next slide. So here's two bright people at Valco who are moving out. And where are they moving? To our new mixed-use center at Main Street. So it's spectacular. We're going to keep these guys, and they're going to be right in the middle of retail.
Richard, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in
15 one more slide.
seconds?
Okay, so from the CCSGI impact analysis, it's going to reduce revenues to our community by $47 million, reduce school funding by 1.6, reduce funding to parks by $3 million. It'll eliminate the high school innovation center. It'll eliminate a new elementary school. It'll prevent the conversion of portable classrooms to real classrooms, and all to keep 57 kids from going to our schools. It's not worth it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Yanping Zhao. After that, Harris Au. And after that is Han Wei.
Hi. So, dear Mayor and City Council members, I just want to mention several points. First, why this CCSGI initiative came out. I want to kind of pull back and go back to December 4th, 2014. In the morning, around 3 o'clock or something, after every resident, almost everyone went home, and you, the council members, you actually passed the so-called Communication Vision 2040, which has more than 300 pages, and you just passed. after everybody went home. This is why this CCSGI initiative came up. It guarantees, it actually gives power to the citizens that if the situation similar to December 4th happen again, and if only 5 people in this city decides the fate of a mega project, that either in favor of it or against it, that project, if that project is so controversial and has enormous impacts on the community, this CCSGI initiative is the last guard. It empowers Cupertino citizens to have a say, to be able to vote either for it or against it. That's why I support CCSGI initiative. The second point I want to make is about a longtime resident who claimed that he was so excited about Walco initiative and he believed that Sandhill will deliver. I want to tell him that there's something called a tracking record. The Main Street, the developer of Main Street is the same developer of the Sandhill, the same developer that will develop Walco. And I encourage this resident to go to Better Cupertino website and look at what the Main Street project was proposed and how the Main Street was eventually built, and look at how big the change it had made. And if after reading all those documents, you still think that Sandhill can deliver, then I wish best to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Harris, how are you doing?
Still doing quite well, thank you.
Still walking in my neighborhood?
Okay, yep, fantastic. Mr. Mayor and honorable member of the council and citizen of Cupertino. Now it's close to 11:30, and I think you folks must love Cupertino because you should give yourself a round of applause. Because if not, you won't be here, for more than 5 hours. I love Cupertino too, and I also love Walco. I used to shop there a lot, and it saddens me when I begin to see the dwindling number of shops, close one after the other. But I still try to shop over there whenever I can, because I believe the tax dollar go back to my home city. And when the Walco plan first came out, I was very excited because I said, wow, look at all this, greatly expand office space and retail shop and even residential areas. And then when I look at it more carefully, when I look at the numbers, it seems to me that it's just too good to be true. And people told me that if it seems to be too good to be true, it probably is. And I just a very common sense person. And I look at what happened to sometimes I go to shop in Westfield. And during Christmas time, I have a hard time, not even to find a parking place, but just to make the turn from 280 to try to go in close to it. And in the past 1 or 2 years in Cupertino, in the morning traffic, or in the evening or afternoon traffic, after the office hour, I have a hard time to go into all major freeways. And when I add these two things together, then in my head, it says, boy, do I want to have a Christmas rush for parking area or to move like every day in my life in Cupertino. So it gives me a lot of reservation about the aggressive plan of Sandhill. Basically, I like growth, and I think it's important for us to have that element in our city planning, which I think the city council and the citizens of Cupertino have done a very good job so far. But I think for Sandhill, I think the plan is too aggressive, and just from my direct intuition, it may not be too practical unless we sacrifice a lot in traffic, in our school and also in a lot of environmental impact. So I favor to go slow and leave very important decision let our citizen.
Your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Sure. And leave our citizen to have a last say in very important decisions. So in summary, I think I favor CCSGI. I think it may not be perfect, but I think for the time being, it's the best we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang Wei, please.
I'm Hong Wei. I live 10969 Maria Rosa Way, and I've lived here for many, many years, and I don't want to say how many years, but this is the only time I come here to speak, so it takes a lot for me to come and speak. First, I want to say I really enjoy Cupertino, and I agree one of the residents says, let's keep our city a great city, because I want to give thanks to our past council members, and I have confidence in our current council members. We enjoy this city because of the good decisions that our past council members have made. And I have confidence that all of you is going to make the good decision for us. And I want to say that Cupertino is a small city. You drive north, south, west, south, east, south, it's like 10, 15 minutes. We are one city. There is no east, west, there's no north, south. We are one city, and I love Cupertino. I want to live and die here. And the only thing I'm here because I am worried. Any measures that has revenue impact, that impacts our city's financial status. You, as our council members, have our obligations to keep our physical health. And if there's any impact, any measures that's going to cost our city revenue and also have slightest implication that we may be in lawsuits, that makes me worried. We have enjoyed great parks, paved roads, lighting, our kids enjoy park recreation. It's all because our council members keep very good revenue and physical health. So that's very important for me. So it takes a lot for me to come here to say that any decision you make, you as our council members need to keep in mind that physical health is one of your responsibilities. So when you make decisions, make careful decisions. You have resources to legal counsel. You have resources to staff recommendations. Where residents like me, we don't have resources. We elect you to use those resources. And the last thing I want to say is, you all receive letters call you honorable council members. This is not easy to be called honorable. It is an obligation. It asks you to think honorably, say honorable things, and make honorable decisions on behalf of our residents. We want our revenues to be for our park and recreation, for our safety, for our law enforcement, for our fire department. So when you make decisions, please consult your legal counsel and make sure that your decisions will protect our citizens, will use our revenues for what it needs to be. And I want to say, I trust my city council members. You can make decisions after midnight, and I can go home and sleep, and I know I'm in good hands. So I really want to commend you for, let me speak at this hour, and I do love Cupertino. I intend to die here, so I intend for you to make good decisions on behalf of residents. And I do want to say, you have the obligation and the privilege to make recommendations for any measures that comes to our city, because we as residents need
I have the obligation to tell you your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
Okay, so I love you guys, so make good decisions for us.
Thank you.
On a sign note, congratulations, Hong Wei, on Citizen of the Year.
Next speaker, Richard Abdullah.
Good evening, Mayor Chang and council members. I don't think I've had the privilege to be past 11 o'clock here at a council meeting. I don't envy you. This is not an easy thing for you to do. I know all of you. We've been working on volunteer projects together and volunteer associations, and we've grown to know each other very well. I've had a law office down the street, which means I can walk to the council, walk to the city anytime, for about 30 years. My concern is the issue of the height in residential areas. Councilman Paul suggested that, well, maybe if it passes, the initiative passes, which would allow 45-foot height homes, we could pass a policy that would limit it to 30 feet. That's possible. You could do that. But my concern is that you need to understand, and I'm sure you do, that the next council, and there will be turnover in the council, might decide that 30 feet isn't the limit they want. And what you don't understand is that the next council could change the limit from 30 to 35 feet or 40 or 45 feet without a vote of the people. It would simply take a policy change, and 3 council members could change that policy. My concern in particular is that the ballot measure as it currently stands, especially in particular the ballot question, erroneously implies, in fact specifically says, that the house limits, residential property limits will be limited. That's not what's happening here. The truth of the matter is that there's going to be a 50% increase in the allowable residential height. Let's be honest with the public. If that's not a problem, let's just put it out there and have the ballot specifically say that there will be an allowable increase in height in the residential area. Now, the staff recommendation doesn't go far enough. It does not say increase. And let's be honest with the public, that's all we're asking. I urge the council to revise the ballot question to reflect the fact that the initiative will increase allowable building height in residential properties. I personally can't even imagine my neighbor being able to build a house 45 feet tall or an addition, but hey, if the initiative passes, that's possible. Failing to correct the information in the ballot, in my opinion, is a little bit misleading, and I don't envy the position you have, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, David Gold.
Good evening. I know it's almost morning, but David Gold, I'm a partner at Morrison & Forster. I've specialized in land use law for 36 years. I've been to countless hearings, late night meetings like this. I just would encourage that the discussion not question the integrity of your impartial consultants, not question the integrity of your staff or the amount of time that you devote to your city. I think it's really a shame. That being said, I think that drafting a ballot measure, if you see the amount of time that we've already devoted this evening to trying to interpret what folks that, in my view, put together a measure hastily and carelessly, it's a very difficult thing to do. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of expertise. So it's a very serious undertaking. And I think about the amount of time that you spent when you consider your general plan or your zoning ordinances in relation to apparently how much time was spent with this particular initiative. I commend your staff and your consultants for their partial analysis. I think the 9212 report had, given the time frame in particular, amazing amounts of very empirical information for folks to take and consider. There's a lot of folks here that seem to be under damage control or spin control, the drafters, trying to explain what they really intended by some language that I think is quite clear. The 4 corners of the document, it's very clear. It's taking an increase from 30 feet to 45 feet in the neighborhoods. And there's no way of getting around it. And you can talk about you have discretion. I don't believe you do. This initiative says that you must, within a 6-month period, conform your zoning to this. It's a general plan. It's your constitution. Matter of fact, the attorneys for CCSGI, even Stuart Flashman, seemed to concede the point about the 45-foot increase. And I don't know whether it was inadvertent, whether it was just a plain error. Folks thought it meant something else, but it is what it says now, and it's going to be on the ballot. That letter acknowledged that the general plan is a constitution. At the same time, it started spinning about, well, maybe with zoning you can leave that in place. Zoning has to conform to the general plan. This measure is a general plan amendment, and you have 6 months to implement what this measure says. As far as the ballot title and the language, I think you're mandated to correct it. I'd say you have to correct it to use the word increase. That's what it is. It's a 50% increase. The language was a start this evening, but I think to say establish a 45-foot height, maximum height, It establishes it, but it's not really telling the full story. It increases it 50%, and that's what the ballot title should say. So if folks want to keep the old ballot title before you had the benefit of the 9212, that seems like they're just trying to spin and tell you.
David, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
I'll try.
Okay.
One last thing is it's a false statement to say that you can have somebody spend 2 years going through a conventional process and that you have power. Ballot box planning is you don't have the power after this to do anything into perpetuity that's inconsistent with this measure if it goes on the ballot. And that's just a fact. That's what the California Constitution has. It doesn't have a 10-year term, it doesn't have a 15-year term. There's no flexibility, and you own it, as was previously said. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last one. So close the public hearing. Come back to the City Council.
With that, I move to adopt resolution number 16-028 as amended with this item that's on here regarding to the ballot statement that the initiative be placed on the ballot for November 8th, 2016 general municipal election.
Any second?
I'll second that.
More discussion?
Let's vote.
Just I have one question about changing the language here, and different people have brought up the term establish, increase, or not changing it at all. What does it do to use the word establish versus increase?
Well, actually, let the drafters of that language, and they spent hours on this afternoon trying to perfect this change, recognizing that they did see some legal vulnerability in arguments that the attorneys have made. So I'll let Pearl.
Yeah, we're trying to strike a delicate balance and comply with state law about what a ballot question needs to do, and it needs to do two things. One, it needs to state the nature of the measure, say what it does, and second, it needs to be a condensed version of what's in your title and summary and accurately reflect what the initiative does. So we spent a lot of time on the language after we got the letter from the attorney who frankly pointed out something correct that came out of the 9212 analysis, which is on the height limit. And I'll just spend 1 second on that. There's no doubt that the initiative increases the maximum height limit in your general plan. Right now it's 30 feet. If the initiative passes, it'll be 45 feet. There's no doubt about that. What the question people have been talking about is, well, what's the impact about that because of your zoning? And then there's disputes about that, but there's no doubt that it increases the maximum height in your general plan. So it's simply not, we're concerned that the ballot question, which said it limits it, is not sufficiently accurate about what the nature is. We're comfortable with the language we put in here. You know, as I said earlier, only semi-facetiously, you know, someone can bring a lawsuit anytime they want. You've heard from some people think that you need to say the word increase. We think the word establish accurately reflects what the initiative does. But you know, query: how would a court look at it? Does it inform a voter that it's increasing? You know, that's a fair question to ask. So I think you could go, frankly, either way. But we're comfortable with the question.
You're saying we're still open to lawsuit on the title if we have establish versus increase?
There's no certainty. So we're comfortable with the red line. We're comfortable with that language.
Okay, thank you.
So with regard to the zoning ordinance, and let me just read a sentence out of your report. The City Council would likely have the discretion either to increase or not to increase the applicable zoning ordinance height limitations to 45 feet with two possible exceptions. And those exceptions I described earlier, do you still stand by that analysis? Because there seems to be a misperception out there that this would essentially be a policy judgment by our council. This is tied essentially to the zoning ordinance, right, with respect to these maximum heights in neighborhoods where the zoning is already preset at below 45 feet.
I just want to be clear about one thing. I think that for the ballot question is not about the zoning ordinance and your discretion. It's what the initiative does. And the initiative does increase the maximum height limit to 45 feet.
But with regard to this statement that's made in...
Yeah, I absolutely stand by that. And we said that in the report.
So you stand by the fact that we would have the discretion to either increase it or not increase it.
Right. This City Council and the next City Council and the next...
Okay. With the fair point that it is potentially arguable, right? And then what really concerns me and I think you're correct, in this P-res, right, zoning designation, as well as multifamily, it seems like we would have no discretion but to go with this 45-foot limit that is being set in the initiative if it passes.
With the P-res, I think it's clear. That's our view because right now it defers to the general plan. The general plan is going to be changed to 45 feet, and the initiative gives you the directive to be consistent with that, not to change things with that. The other policy we discussed about, I think it's a closer call, and for the reasons we set forth in the general plan.
So with regard to this language, we would have the discretion either to increase or not to increase the applicable zoning ordinance height limitations. Is that considered an interpretation of ordinance, or is that considered a policy set by a particular council that could change depending on the composition and makeup of the council in a future year?
Yes. I mean, that's inherent in the nature of discretion. You could exercise your discretion in one way, another council could exercise their discretion in a different way. The question is, would your zoning ordinance be consistent with the general plan, which says heights shall not exceed 45 feet? So there's a lot of things that are consistent with shall not exceed 45 feet, and those are the options that this council would have and future councils would have. Whatever council is making the decision could point to the language of the initiative and say, well, here's what we think it meant, and here's what we're going to decide.
So you're saying the discretion that we have is to adjust the zoning ordinance to either meet or not meet this 45-foot limitation in those cases where the zoning ordinance defines a height lower than 45 feet.
Correct.
So we have that discretion in terms of the ordinance, in terms of setting the terms of the ordinance, correct?
Right. You can't change within the general plan that's adopted by the initiative, but you can change what's in your zoning ordinance.
Okay, because I see that as setting basically statutory authority. That's not a policy, right? That's actually defining the zoning ordinance to be within.
It's a term of art. I mean, the courts talk about what your zoning is legislation, and legislation is policy decisions. So you could, whether you adjust that up or down, that's a policy decision.
So the question,
enacted through your zoning ordinance.
So the question being, in 2 years, could a different council enact a different?
Yes.
It could. Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Could I ask a couple? Sure. So can you elaborate a bit on why the term establish as opposed to increase?
Look, clearly the initiative increases the maximum height limit set forth in the general plan.
I mean, you're saying limit in the one case, and then the next clause you're
Right.
choosing establish.
Yeah, it does increase it, and we've had a threat of a legal challenge here, so I need to be careful about what I say, frankly. But increase. I mean, it does. It's our view. It's in the 9212 report. It does increase the maximum height limit in your general plan.
Okay.
It does that in a way. It doesn't say we are hereby increasing. It says the maximum shall not exceed 45 feet. I think established is an accurate way of saying that, but at the same time, I think it's fair to say established doesn't indicate that that number is being increased.
And what's the point of capital N neighborhoods?
We have a word limit here, and capital N neighborhoods is what your general plan uses to define the 75% of the city that's not in special areas.
Thank you. And I had a couple of questions probably for staff, but maybe you could hang on here. What happens if this initiative passes? What happens when a developer wants to come along and build a project with either office space or hotel going forward? Because I think we've heard various interpretations of what would happen a year from now, say, if this passes in November. What would the process look like?
It would depend on a bunch of things. So the initiative, as I understand it, allows the city council through the normal general plan amendment process to increase office allocation. However, if the office proposal happened to be more than 45 feet or exceed the, I believe it's the 1-to-1 ratio, then you wouldn't be able to process that particular aspect of the project because it's inconsistent with your general plan. And so,
well, are general plan amendments allowed?
Yeah, some are, some aren't.
Yeah, if I could take a stab at that, you can process a general plan amendment that which by definition is inconsistent with your general plan, this initiative won't change that. What you cannot do if the initiative passes is approve a general plan amendment that is inconsistent with the initiative. Only the voters would be able to do that. And there's two ways a measure could come before the voters. One is through the voter-sponsored initiative process, which is always available regardless of what any initiative says. A later initiative can change that. The second is if someone wanted to submit an application that was inconsistent with the initiative, you could not approve it, but in my view, you could process it, and the city council could, if so chose, decide to put that on the ballot, because that would be considered a council-sponsored measure. You'd need to comply with CEQA first, and essentially you'd be, even though the initiative doesn't use the language courts have talked about, you'd be conditionally approving it. Your approval, the fact that you put it on the ballot doesn't mean anything. If the voters approved it, it would take effect. But you could process it, you just couldn't approve it.
I mean, so let me try this out on you. If I'm a developer, I have a piece of property, and a parcel in the city, I want to go put something on it that requires voters to say yes in some way to it. You're saying the council could put something on and go through the CEQA process and all, but what's the motivation for the developer to go through that process?
Right. I mean, there's two paths. One doesn't.
I'd like you to actually answer and not just say right.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't a rhetorical question.
Yeah. No. There's two processes. One requires the developer to go out and gather signatures to put it on the ballot.
Okay.
The other one requires to go through the CEQA process, your normal process up until the last step, because you can't approve it. All you can do is put it on the ballot. So the incentive.
In the one case, the developer is paying, I mean, we've heard tonight this is an unusually big project, but okay, $1 million, $1.5 million for EIR and all of that stuff. And in the other case, it's the city footing the bill.
And it's usually a quicker path.
And okay, you pay to get an initiative done, but that's the substantial cost is on our dime then.
That's correct, and I think, the quicker path is to go straight to the voters, just in terms of time.
It's quicker, time is money, and two, you don't have to pay for the whole CEQA thing.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
But you still have to pay for the 90-12 and.
No, you have to pay for the 90.
I mean, the city still has to do all that.
Yeah.
So it's not that since we've covered it all here.
Well, because you don't have to pay for 9212. You cannot have a 9212, but then there's no information on whatever is being.
So then the voters will be presented with something which nobody knows.
Except for the sponsor who does the campaign.
Okay. So then us sitting here we're basically handcuffed.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to vote.
May I clarify something? Is this just for the first resolution? This is
right. There's a lot of
16028?
Yeah, I'm doing
Okay,
it one by
you're
one. Yeah. If we can just vote. Call the question.
I'm sorry.
Can we vote?
No.
Can you read back the motion, please?
I haven't asked my question yet.
Oh, sure. Ask your question.
Kathy Hagelson say the Cupertino Courier not putting CCGSIs next to it. Do we have anything to do with it? Kathy Hagelson was saying that Cupertino Courier publishes something about the initiative, but not putting CCGSI next to it. Do we have anything to do with it?
No.
Okay. Next question. Peggy Griffin say the city council has discretion. I just want to be sure that we do have a discretion.
Yeah, we went over that while you were in the bathroom.
I know, but I want to be double sure. If we have a discretion, are we going to subject to more litigation down the road?
The initiative would change what the general plan establishes as your maximum building height. The question is, do you have the discretion whether or not to increase your zoning across the board in the neighborhoods to match that? And our view is, with the exception of the P-res and one other possible exception, you have the discretion either to increase it or not increase it. You, this council, the next council, and the council after that have that discretion.
Okay.
And that's based upon the zoning ordinance, right? Our ability to adjust the heights within the zoning ordinance for these areas.
You have broad discretion in determining whether or not in adjusting your zoning to be consistent with your general plans.
And I'm sorry, let me just follow up to clarify this. So those two areas, the P-res and the multifamily, we don't have discretion, you're saying, or we wouldn't have discretion going forward to adjust the zoning heights? Could we potentially say, just like we would in the other neighborhoods, we want to limit this to 30 feet?
And as for the P-res, as we said in the report, I think that would be a difficult, we'd be worried about that, but just because of the language in the initiative. Right now, your zoning says the height in that area is what's in the general plan. 10 days after the election results are declared, that means the height limit in that area is 45 feet automatically. And then if we were to change it, I'd be concerned you'd be running afoul of the conformity provisions.
Of the initiative.
Of the initiative.
Okay, and essentially meaning that we would need another initiative in order just to change those neighborhood heights, is
Right.
what your opinion is?
For that one area, just because of the language of what's currently in the initiative and your general plan.
Okay, thanks.
So clearly that in the P-res area, that if they want to do the 45, we have no discretion at all, correct?
Essentially, I'm giving you our view of what this is in the initiative, that we think that what that means is it's whatever is established by the initiative for the height limit for P-res is the height limit for P-res, and that's 45 feet under.
Because we do have quite a large area with planned area development. Just Council Paul where he live, and then where next to him, North Point, those area, those are planned area, P-res area.
I'm not familiar with the zoning code, staff. I know you have all kinds of different P areas, and P-res is the one where that has this issue.
All right. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Craft bachelors say there's crime went up in that area. Is that true or not? Do we have any?
Yeah, that's true. Over the last 4 or 5 years.
And Kevin McClellan say that the CCGSI had a lot of false claim. Is that correct?
A lot of what?
False claims.
Forced claim?
Claim.
Oh, I don't know. That's a matter of opinion.
Okay. Xiao Wen is saying that the developer is not paying for the sewer line. If Valco go initiative pass, they won't.
Right. So that's a question actually we'll probe in the 9212.
9212?
Yeah.
Okay. Initial thing says City Council should not write it, the rebuttal or the comment.
That's up to you guys.
Up to this guy, okay. And then Luke Nian is asking retail sale revenue. What he says, where that sales revenue come from? He says it's not quite correct. He doesn't know where the source. Can you answer it?
So we looked at the sales tax data for the Stanford Shopping Center and for Valley Fair, at what the performance was there. And we also looked at the city's own retail study that was done by the consultant for the general plan. And we tried to take into account the fact that there will be entertainment uses at the mall at Valco that would continue. So we lowered what would be a standard assumption for taxable sales to reflect the fact that a certain piece of it would be entertainment, which doesn't generate very much sales per square foot. So we made an assumption which we feel is conservative at $300 per square foot in taxable sales. Depending on the performance, because they're having a much smaller retail footprint, one would likely expect it would be higher than that. The actual performance at the Stanford Shopping Center is $431 per square foot in taxable sales in 2014, and the performance in Valley Fair, which does have a major cinema and does have some non-retail producing uses, is $327 per square foot. And the assumption that was used in the general plan for typical successful retail sales was $450 per square foot.
Thank you. You have more comment?
I do. I respect that Darcy is concerned about being too general, but I also think that increase is appropriate for certain areas. So in the 10 words from the first comma, and I'm going to read these 10 words, establish a 45 feet maximum building height in the neighborhoods, comma. I'm wondering if the following 9 words might be acceptable to my colleagues. Increase building height to 45 feet in certain neighborhoods. So that way, we're not necessarily saying it's all neighborhoods, but it may depend. And by saying increase, we're stating, in fact, what it would do in the PRES.
Okay.
So again, I'm proposing increase building height to 45 feet in certain neighborhoods.
Okay, Gilbert?
I'm okay with it.
You okay with it? Levita?
From what I understood, at least that's what our expert lawyer said, that we couldn't use increase, and that's why they chose to use establish.
I didn't clear that we couldn't.
We could not use.
Can you clarify that, please?
Right, I think the
that was my
problem we're going to
question.
have with the language is not with the increase or establish. I mean, there's some issues. It's really more with this. So you're taking neighborhoods capitalized, which is a defined term in the general plan. So you can go and look in the general plan and see the map of where those areas to an undefined term that's vague, which is certain neighborhoods. Nobody knows where those are.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to deal with the fact that there is some doubt about whether this would apply to all capital N neighborhoods.
No,
So-
there's no doubt about that. It does. It applies to all neighborhoods by definition in the initiative.
The discussion about the zoning is really separate, in my view, from the discussion of what needs to go in the ballot question. The general plan, this initiative does increase the maximum height limit in the general plan for all neighborhoods, every single one, all of them. That's simply what it does. Because outside, it increases the maximum height limit for those areas outside of the special areas to 45 feet. Your general plan defines the areas outside the general special areas as the neighborhoods. That the issue that Councilmember Paul was asking about is, well, what does that mean? Do we have to increase our zoning? And that is the area where there's some dispute. But there's no, the initiative on its face increases.
Well, then why aren't we saying increase? I'm sorry, I don't.
You have the discretion to change it to increase.
But not.
And just from saying your discretion was the wrong word. The increase would be, you could do that.
Council Member Savita said we cannot use it because of you telling us that we cannot
Earlier,
use it.
that's what it sounded like.
No, I'm more comfortable with the word establish, but increase is what the initiative does.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with what Pearl is saying. I think establish is better craftsmanship of the language. It's just more accurate. I mean, in terms of where the spectrum of interpretation is, I think you came up with a good balance here in terms of these words. In terms of putting the word increase in there, it's something that I think shifts along too far towards the idea that we're setting a limit throughout the neighborhoods, and there's ambiguity if you put the word certain in front of neighborhoods, with a little n or capital N, because you don't know precisely where.
Okay, so
looking on the face of it, so I mean, I think this is actually a good balance, and I appreciate the mofo attorney for Sand Hill coming in and telling us that we should interpret it to be an increase throughout all the neighborhoods. But I mean, I think that's one end of an extreme, And putting it as you've described it is probably the right balance to strike here. That's why I wouldn't support your 9-word addition. I think what we have here in these 10 words is appropriate.
Okay, so I'm clear. Both you and I'm looking at city staff would object to the idea of placing certain because it.
Yeah, it makes it vague as opposed to it's actually fairly precise with the capital N neighborhoods and accurate.
Okay.
So you want to change it to 8-word now from 10-word to?
Go with the same answer.
Take out that certain.
Okay, so I guess I understand why certain doesn't make sense, I guess, if we're all in agreement about that. And then my only debate is whether establish or increases is a more accurate representation.
My problem here
We have an
is
established height of 30, yeah?
Yes, and I want to be clear.
So established sort of sounds like we don't have any established height, and now we're going to go to an established height of 45.
the trouble I'm having is with all the people who are discussing it here, and we've been doing this for a long time. We understand the word neighborhoods with a capital N because we've had the benefit of reading these reports. For someone who's looking at the ballot measure and just looks at this, the capital N may not mean the same to them that it means to us. Established does not mean the same to them as increased probably does. So we have to give the benefit to the person who's reading this ballot to make a decision whether they want to vote on it yes or vote against it. So we need to put the best language here for the resident who doesn't have the benefit of this discussion.
Yeah, no, and there was a large discussion about, maybe a large bulk of the city, high percentage of the city, different, and all of those are vague, right? So the only thing that landed us on something that was really definable, granted, you have to go look in a document to get the definition, is this capital neighborhoods, because it's linked to a map, and you can look at the map and know what areas are covered.
And let's say someone does not do that, but sends in an email to the city staff asking, so if it says it establishes a 45-foot maximum building, can I change my house to build that? What would the answer be from staff? If this initiative passes, can I change my house if I am in this?
You'd need, depending where you were, if you were in a P-res, it'd be different, but you would need to go to council and get your zoning changed to the general plan limit. And then at that point, you could then process a building application for 45 feet if council gave you the zoning change.
So it'll be a really long process.
Fairly long. Yeah.
A really quick question. So Darcy, I think that if you use the word establish, I think it's the best compromise that you're okay with, right?
I'm fine with your motion as it was propounded.
Okay. Sounds good. Can we vote, please? Call the question?
So you want to make an amendment or not?
No, and I understand, and I would rather have the council be unified. So I will go with the original language, the red line language as proposed by staff.
It'll be a unanimous vote. It'll be stronger.
All right. Let's vote on it.
Motion carries unanimously.
I move to adopt resolution number 16-029 to direct the city clerk to transmit the initiative to the city attorney for preparation of an impartial analysis.
Second.
More discussion, deliberation?
In this resolution, would you please clarify the arguments
That's my
as
motion.
well?
That's my motion. That's it. I purposely left it that way.
Okay.
I'll explain later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Call to question?
Can you explain it now? I want to know what you're.
I just wanted to make one motion at a time, and then I can explain.
So you want to have us vote for 16-029?
So, and city clerk can correct me if wrong. I think that my first part of my motion just authorizes the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. Correct? My question again was, my first part of my motion is that it authorizes the city attorney to just prepare an impartial analysis.
Sure.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with whether we're going to be submitting arguments for or against, or any rebuttals, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Call a question?
No, I have some questions on this.
Sure.
This is the first time I'm doing it, so please give me the benefit of
No
some more
worries.
questions. When the city attorney does do that, who has privy to that information? Where does it go? Does it go on the ballot?
So what will happen is that the city attorney will use the independent 9212 report and pass information that's impartial to do the analysis. We might as well just talk about the other part. The other part that the C staff is asking is that does the city council want to authorize to take a position either for or against? My recommendation to the city council is that looking at tonight's 5-6 hour marathon council meeting, which is actually not that long, we're obviously very divided on this council, that we're not going to speak either for or against it. And I think that we should let the voters decide on this particular initiative since there is some concerns on both sides of the issue.
I understand that, but I still don't know where these, once the city attorney writes these arguments.
Yeah, it's a statutory duty. The city attorney has to write basically a summary, and that summary gets delivered directly to the county registrar, and there's a period of challenge where it can be challenged in court, but actually doesn't come back to city council.
But does it appear on the ballot statement?
Yes, it's in the ballot.
That was my question. Okay, thank you.
So this first part where it says providing for written arguments, so does that give us the discretion as to whether written arguments appear on the ballot?
No, it's whether you want to write one or not.
That's not my motion. My motion was just to have the city attorney to do an impartial analysis. I'm not advocating for either writing arguments for or against the measure.
So as we have it, you took out the words providing for written arguments.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I'm only just directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. So just to answer my question, we do have the discretion to decide whether to have written arguments associated with this, or we do not have that discretion?
No, so the registrar allows
for written arguments.
For written arguments.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to determine that today, talking to various people, and they give me kind of confused looks as to, my question, because it appears from our materials that we would actually, you're asking us to vote as to whether written arguments would be allowable or rebuttals or, statements and so forth.
If I may, just to the council to clarify, it's complicated to have 3 resolutions doing this. It's the way my office does it. You need to decide whether or not to allow anyone to do rebuttal arguments.
Mm-hmm.
You have a statutory duty to provide for primary arguments. Those 2 things are completely independent of whether or not the council wants to write arguments. So you need to adopt a resolution providing for primary arguments, and that's what we provided.
Okay.
You can decide whether to allow rebuttal arguments, and you can decide whether you or some of you will write the argument against the measure. You can't take the argument for the measure. The proponents have the right to argue that, submit that. So just to clarify.
So those primary arguments are going in there regardless of whether.
Right. We just need to make sure that it's in the resolution. That was my point.
Okay.
So do we need to do that as one atomic action?
No, I think it's just let's take it separately, or else we'll never get to go home.
No, that's a fair question. I mean, do we need to put those words in there, providing for written arguments regarding a city measure? Because
yes, and if I may, I think I understand Councilmember Wong's concern. He wants to separate out the issue of the council members' arguments, and we tried to do that by providing that you could adopt the ordinance sections 1 through 4, and then decide whether or not to include a variation on section 5. But 1 through 4 are they're mandatory in the sense that you have the discretion not to order an impartial analysis. Cities, it's mandatory in counties. Cities, for whatever reason, have the discretion to do it or not. It's typically done. So,
of course,
I strongly suggest that you do an impartial analysis. Yeah, 1 through 4 only.
All right.
Absolutely.
So, do you want to vote?
Oh, sure. Can we vote, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Motion carries unanimously.
So I'm sorry. If we could go back and clarify that the resolution 16-029 was as amended as the prior resolution 16-028.
Correct.
Regarding the
That
ballot
is correct. And that was only just, yes. And then to continue the discussion, I am advocating to the City Council that we should not take a position for or against or even adopt the third item regarding rebuttals, because since our council is split, I know that individually each of us have concerns, but maybe Pearl wants to say something.
Yeah, again, just to clarify, the rebuttals is a separate issue. Again, but most voters are used to seeing rebuttal arguments. The pro people rebut the con people, and the con people rebut the pro people.
Could you help me clarify? Are you asking rebuttal from the City Council or rebuttal from just in general?
Rebuttal from anyone. No one can submit any rebuttal argument unless you authorize it tonight.
Okay, so in other words, when we say rebuttal, it doesn't mean that it's the City Council rebuttals.
No.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah. I thought it was the City Council that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the resolution on rebuttals has nothing to do with what the City Council does, and in terms of submitting arguments, and that is the only thing that addresses that is the Section 5 of that you just didn't take a vote on.
So, could you help me clarify that? Mm-hmm. Where was the part that was asking us that does the council wants to take position for or against?
16029.
Oh, number 5.
Section 5, and so in the red there, it lays out the options. It says the following section is optional. You can do nothing, or you can do option 1, 2, or 3. That's the options with respect to the City
Okay,
Council.
so you're recommending that we should adopt Resolution 16-030 that will authorize rebuttal arguments for and against the initiatives.
Right.
Following our regular California State Election Code.
Yes.
Okay. With that clarification, I really appreciate it, that I adopt Resolution number 16-030 to authorize rebuttal arguments for and against the initiative.
I'll second that, and I would add that I agree with your conclusion that, out of respect to the many thousands who signed this initiative, I think it deserves to go on the ballot without the council as a whole taking a formal position. But I do think it's appropriate that people hear from the best advocates for and the best advocates against what's going on. I think our role here is to be, make sure that we put out the best impartial information that we can, just the facts. So I'll be supporting this.
And you have a third vote for that then? I completely agree with what you just said. We need to get the information out there. And, I always wanted to get the temperature of the community. And so I think this is probably the most difficult way to do it, but it's pretty complete. So I say let's not inject our opinion into it. And thank you for the clarification that the rebuttals are tied to the primary arguments, not anything that the council says. So it seems like with a more complete conversation, typically you would have an argument and a rebuttal on both sides. I would support a rebuttal as well.
And our residents will have the benefit of reading both on their ballot measure. So I support that too.
It's 12:20 now, so let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Join the meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Talks about VTA.
Oh, yeah.